thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Today is April 30th, 2025, and this is our 5 o'clock fiscal work session. Please join me and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Alrighty. Appreciate everybody being here tonight. I'm going to ask if there's any public comments to go ahead and come forward. Go ahead and state your name, please.
Robin Antonucci. I'm the director of Visit Frankfurt, and I will just take a moment. Wanted to let you know, last December we hired Eagle Hollow Marine to remove the dock at Riverview Park and inspect it. In doing so, they took the dock and hauled it over to the Benson Creek boat ramp, and subsequently it was stored at the city's facility. We're working with the city on this. The week of May 12th, the Eagle Hollow wants to come back and reinstall the dock at Riverview Park. They will probably have to use that boat ramp again to get it into the water. So letting you know, full disclosure, and if there's any issue, please let me know.
Is that the one, I was notified, they were asking us to close that boat dock for a day on a Monday. Is that Monday the 12th? That sounds like it's the same project. They were asking if they could have the whole lot.
I did not know they said they needed to close it, but yeah, that is the date that he talked about.
So I went ahead and told our maintenance guy to get some signs, put on the gate, and then once they're in there, then we can close it for the day.
All they're going to do is bring it to the ramp there and take it from the ramp over to Riverview.
Yeah.
Shouldn't take just most of that day, probably.
Perfect, yep.
So, yeah, just letting you know.
We're happy to help.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank
That's
you.
it.
Any other public comments?
Yes.
Oh, hey, go ahead and state your name, please.
Katie Hedden, 236 River Valley Road.
Yep.
I'm 20 days displaced from my home. When my home got flooded, I had power. My power got shut off after the 4th day. I've done everything right. My electrician today informed me that based on your all's, whoever is doing the, what's it called?
Electrical inspections?
Inspections, now I have to do $40,000 worth of work, of which water never touched my main floor. I want my power turned back on. This town has been flooded since before it was a town. Only this time, with the flooding, have the inspections been the way they are, trying to bring things up to code that can't be brought up to code. There's no way other people in this town can all do the $40,000, $60,000, maybe $100,000 worth of work that you're asking to be done. I'm asking you to turn my power on tomorrow, please. 20 days displaced.
Thank you for coming in. Katie and I spoke earlier. I had a meeting with Autumn tonight. We're going to meet with Marty first thing in the morning. So I'm meeting with him in the morning with Autumn to see exactly what's going on and see what we can do.
Thank you.
And we are just honestly following the state regulations. So
We're the only county doing it.
Well, that's
We're the only county doing
okay.
it. Everyone else is doing other things. I'm asking for my power
Yep.
on, for my family to be returned together.
Yep. I'm going to do the best we can tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you. Any other public comments? Thank you, Autumn. Oh, yep. Alrighty. So, Miss Tina Peck. There she is. How are you doing tonight?
I'm great. How are you?
Great. So, what do you have for the court tonight?
Yes, so every year we perform activities for our community rating system program, which you gain points to help lower flood insurance for our constituents. This year I'm doing something new to try to get more points for us. So first of all, I'll go over the CRS recertification annual report, and I'll give you an update on the hazard mitigation plan. In 2024, the Planning and Zoning approved 10 floodplain development permits. These projects include bank stabilization, sewer pipe installation and rehabilitation, fill, foundation stabilization, grading, driveway culvert, and one manufactured home that was determined that the lowest adjacent grade was above our freeboard requirement and did not need a finished elevation certificate. The current number of structures in our special flood hazard area, or the SFHA, in Franklin County is 829. There's 12,629.5 acres in the SFHA. The Franklin County 2022 Hazard Mitigation Plans, Goals, and Objectives have been updated in 2024, and I've broken them down into categories for you. So the flood identification and monitoring, our flood-prone areas are mapped using the GIS data and also the FEMA maps as well. The river gauge readings and flood-prone locations are identified as Kentucky River Lock 4 and Elkhorn Creek Knights Bridge. Our flood response planning emergency response phases include preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation, which is outlined in the 2021 Emergency Operations Plan. Flood evacuation procedures are detailed in our 2013 Flood Evacuation Plan. So mitigation strategies and actions, planning, seeking funding for mitigation projects in flood-prone areas. The BRIC grant was unfortunately quashed, and which would have helped our Slickway detention basin mitigation project. Evacuation and public safety, localized evacuation program using websites and social media alerts. Flood inundation mapping is completed. Floodplain management, seek funding. One of the goals is to seek funding to acquire homes in high-risk flood areas. We currently have 2 properties right now under FEMA review for our hazard mitigation grant program. We did apply for this grant in 2023, and we're still waiting to hear back on that. Also, one of the goals was promoting flood gauge placement and monitoring. We have 2 active gauges, and we could possibly do additions to that. Ongoing enforcement of construction restrictions in floodplain zones. Right now, we are currently working on text amendments for our flood protection ordinance. It is currently being reviewed by staff, and after we review it and add our amendments, we will send that up to our NFIP state coordinator, Alex Van Pelt, and then on to our zoning update committee. Just a few more points.
You're fine. A lot of good information. Keep going.
Awesome. So one of the other goals was our public education. We do an annual outreach to all the floodplain property owners every year with brochures and online resources. Flood information is also available at the frankfurtema.org and our public libraries. One of the things that was my mission this year was to update our Franklin County flood info page. And we have done a great job, especially Andrew Tippett, in helping with that endeavor. That page now includes a document center for easy access to all of our permit applications for the floodplain development, as well as our current floodplain prevention ordinance. We also included an education center and links to FEMA Flood Map Service Center, where people can type in their address and are provided with a flood map of their property with their firm number and their flood zone. So that's it. Thanks.
Good deal. Thank you
Do you have
very
any
much. For our
questions?
listeners.
Yeah.
Couple questions, but a comment too, Tina. I noticed that very recently our PVA website, excuse me, when you click on a property that's
Yes.
on there, you now have a direct link to the flood zoning so that you can
Yes.
see the maps interactive with that. I think
Yes.
whoever made
Yes,
that happen
I-
during the flood,
Sorry.
because that's important information that has never been really tied together before.
Yeah, so I did get with Will
Rhodes.
Rhodes, sorry, Will, and made that happen.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you for all you do. Two
Thanks.
questions on one. I think, JW will probably have one of them that I want to ask.
Go ahead.
But the 2 properties that are FEMA review currently,
those were predated this most recent flood event, correct?
So that was the flood of 21.
Yeah.
Yes.
So do we anticipate how many properties, or do we have any idea yet? It's probably too early to ask with the FEMA folks here, how many additional that we may be looking at as part of this next round of flooding?
So if it's my understanding, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but the one that I did in 23 was for our hazard mitigation grant program, which is through FEMA. That is different than, I believe, what FEMA is doing, maybe an expedited buyout, maybe, possibly, but I have no idea at this point. I have reviewed and done substantial damage estimates this past week for 5 properties, and so far, they're not meeting that threshold of 50% or more of the market value, so.
Squire, I will say on that, because I've been in meetings about that. We have 6 houses condemned in Franklin County right now. I know FEMA has a program, and NCFS,
NRCS.
thank you. Basically, we had a presentation. They're doing a 75-25 for anybody that's in the floodplain who's just tired of being flooded. So I would assume those 6 houses alone will probably put in for that. So what our portion of that would look like is, I think it's pretty much 13% on us, 12% on the state, and 75% federal government. But they have about $100 million in that account. They just got done purchasing 169 properties in eastern Kentucky. So it's a different program, but I do think we will probably county-wise will at least have 6, if I had to guess. If that helps.
That gives
Yeah.
me something.
Squire Tanner.
Thanks.
You say 6 houses, is that what you said?
6 houses have been condemned to this point.
Are they all in the same location, more or less?
There's 3 on Big Eddy and 3 on
They're
Travis
all in
Circle.
my district.
Yep.
None of them in Belpaw?
No.
More in the city potentially.
And that would be the city, but I don't think there hasn't been any condemned in the city yet.
So if this purchase, then the county is gonna own that property?
Yes.
Indefinitely.
And,
It'd be the same. We can only plant like a tree or
yeah,
park
you
bench or
can't,
something
you
like
can't
that.
rebuild on it, I
Correct.
know.
That is correct.
That would be
Squire Blackburn.
That's correct.
green space.
Yes.
In perpetuity.
Well, first off, Tina, I want to thank you.
Okay.
You've done a tremendous job since the day you started, and
Thank
the
you.
training you've taken, and scoring 100 on your test was great.
Thank you.
It shows your dedication. But you did mention that the brick grant for the,
The brick program.
yeah,
Slick away.
the brick program for Slick Away. I'm sorry, I had like 10 things going on in my head. at the same time. The Slick Away. I know the state, it was on the state's list for years, and it was number 1 on their list, and it was approved by the legislature several times. They just failed to fund it every time. I just want to say that out loud. They failed to fund something they said was a need and number 1 on our list.
Yeah.
I met with the transportation secretary years ago with Representative Joe Gravis, who was phenomenal in his work and trying to get something done. And they said it wasn't a transportation problem, but when you have 300 households that can't get an ambulance, a fire truck, or a policeman in there in a time of need, that is a transportation problem. So what's the next steps? What do we have that we can take another swing at this? Because this is something that's gotta be fixed.
That's a good question. I'm going to have to probably get with our grant writer, Belinda, and see what we can find that's out there. If not, then let's go back to the legislators.
I think the last conversation we had on this was
So-
HMB's been doing some studies. I think it's one of these things, there's a couple steps, and so their advice at the time, since the ball got dropped basically, is to at least try to get the funding for the planning of it. So trying to get all the research and the numbers and all that together, so, because that's still a pretty good number.
The state did
I know,
they did 3 different plans.
I know.
Yeah, we need to find out something, though.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's something we can do.
Tina, could you just say what, that was a federal grant we were awarded. How much was it? Do you remember?
God, I'd have to look at
So
the
it's
document.
just been one of those programs that's just been dissolved effectively. So money that was coming to our county to fix a problem is gone.
Yeah, it's been quashed, yeah. Thank
Tina,
you.
thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Y'all have a good night.
You too. Alrighty, next I believe Amelia Berry is here. Is she here somewhere? There she is. How are you doing?
I'm doing just fine. Good evening. Thank
Amelia,
you.
can we kind of shoot for 10 minutes, you think?
That's twice as long as I thought I had, so
Whoa,
yes, I'll
there
probably
you
finish
go.
right under the...
Jenny's tight ship in here. Jenny threw 5 out. Okay, we'll see what happens.
She doesn't even know me all that well. Thank you all so much. I look back at my calendar, it's been since March of 2022 since I've been before the court to talk about Just Say Yes, the project that I direct at the Franklin County Health Department, so it is a delight to be back with you. A lot has happened in the last 3.5 years for us, as I'm sure for you. Next slide, please, Andrew. So just a reminder that Just Say Yes is a coalition. We're headquartered at the Franklin County Health Department, so there's still a lot of confusion about Yes Arts and the Yes card at Just Say Yes. There's common history there, that's why we've got that yes in the name, but the Just Say Yes coalition does oversee the Yes card, and we are based at the Health Department and partner with lots and lots of different agencies, including you all, who've been a valued partner from the very beginning. Next slide. The purpose of our work is to create the conditions in kids' environments that make it easy for them to grow up healthy and drug-free. So this is in contrast to a Just Say No approach, which is about educating kids to make individual choices. What the research is really clear on is, yeah, that might work for some kids, but what really determines at a population level where you have pockets of kids who, pockets of a population that end up using substances early, having higher lifetime incidence of addiction and associated problems, is these day-to-day environments where they grow up. That's pretty common sense, right? And yet that's not the way historically that we've approached prevention. So we are really galvanizing community support around the data. You see a little bit of it in front of you here, and you'll see a little more, to make changes to these environments. Next slide. So, this really started because our community was suffering, the adults in our community were suffering, and our kids were suffering, and we could kind of draw that straight line. And so it was how do we get ahead of this problem? Next. We know that isolation is a common theme, whether we're talking about substance use, mental health, peer relationships, which we started to see some really troubling trends on even before the pandemic, and even kids who may be surrounded by people all the time, but not having that sense of connection and belonging. Next slide. And we know through research that connecting kids through after-school activities is often a great way to bridge that. And so that's kind of out there in the research, and we now have, thanks to the Franklin County Youth Survey that our kids fill out every year, this is local data. So in Franklin County, kids who participate once a week or more in some kind of structured adult supervised activity, this is their lower risk compared to their peers for being drunk once a month, having ever used e-cigarettes, having ever used marijuana, and reporting bad or very bad mental health. Next slide. That's basically the same information. Next slide, just a different format. And so the Yes card is a voucher. It is a digital voucher, so it's not a piece of plastic, but it's something you could print out and it would look like what you see here. And it covers the costs for things like sports, participation, arts, dance class, 4-H camp, outdoor activities, Canoe Kentucky, positive things that kids can get involved in. It also helps empower the adults who show up for kids to do that work every day. We provide training for our Yes card providers, and it's a really fantastic way to engage families, as you can imagine, especially now that we are able to cover all of the middle schoolers in the county, which we'll get to in a second, to be able to bring them in 6th grade, the beginning of 6th grade, your kid's going to get a Yes card, and we can all talk together about not just the importance of the activities in the Yes card, but the whole spectrum of prevention and the role that families have to play in that. Next slide. So middle school is the age of focus. It's what we started with. We do hope to someday be able to provide Yes cards to every student in Franklin County. We are not there yet, but we know that middle school is the right place to start, because a lot of kids come into middle school not having engaged in risky behaviors and leave middle school having done so. And so the idea really behind the entire Icelandic prevention model is about delaying that first use, because we know that the earlier kids are using any substances, the more their risk goes up over the course of the lifespan. Next slide. So last time I was here, I think we were more than halfway through our pilot program, which was at Second Street School. Started small, 300 kids. That was from one federal grant that paid for us to basically try out this idea. It worked phenomenally well, much better than I expected it to work in a very short amount of time, just in terms of changing how kids were spending their time. Since then, we have had 2 different expansions the last 2 school years. And so fast forward to this year, any 6th through 8th grader in Franklin County, whether they're public school, private school, homeschool, is eligible for a YES card. We have about 42 vendors where the YES cards are accepted. The amount's a little lower. It was $400. When we first expanded to just the 3 public schools, we dipped down to $265 per student. We're now back up to $300. We do want to get back to $400 because we don't want to give a benefit. For some families, that's going to be the only money that they have to spend on that. And so that amount was not chosen by accident. It was kind of what would a kid need to really fill their time. Next. This school year, we have also been fortunate to receive funding from the Kentucky Opioid Abatement Advisory Commission, and we just learned that has been renewed. We were awarded again to create what we call the YES Card Co-op program. So that's a partnership with organizations. The Wanda Joyce Robinson Foundation is our main partner on that, but we also work with the Friskies in the schools, our shelters, DCBS, and that is so that they can refer students who have been impacted by things like parental incarceration, homelessness, apparent inactive addiction, abuse and neglect. Those are things that, by no means write a kid's story for them, but we know that it puts them at higher risk. And so that YES Card Co-op starts in kindergarten and can go all the way through 12th grade. Next slide. So you can see just kind of trajectory on these 3 measures. So in terms of total students between those 2 programs, we now have almost 2,500 kids in Franklin County who have a YES card. Next slide. These are our vendors. You have a little handout that's got those. The most up-to-date list is always on our website, which you have that on your handout. Next slide. You can see Yes Arts is one of the places that Yes cards can be spent. So we do still work closely with Yes Arts. I won't talk about all of our events. Of course, the Yes card itself is just part of it. I mentioned, how helpful it is for engaging families. This year, we've done the 6th grade parent caregiver orientation the last 2 years, as soon as we've been able to expand to all of the kids in the county. We also added this school year the Find Your Yes field trip, and that took place over 2 days at KSU Research Farm. Every 6th grader in the county had the opportunity to come one of those 2 days with their classmates, and they rotated through different stations on the farm, and they were able to try out dozens of different activities. And so really trying to give everybody that exposure, because of course we had done some like vendor fairs and things before, but you do them outside of school and you really don't reach the kids that most need to have that exposure. And so it was really very successful, and that will be an annual event going forward. We also had a showcase. I know the judge was there. I think Squire Dykus was there, and I believe some of the others as well. I hope you'll all be there this year. I was not good about sending invites. I will do better this year. This was our first time. We're definitely doing it every year. It was way too much fun not to. Now that's basically just a chance for the kids and the Yes card providers to kind of show off and celebrate what they're learning using their Yes cards, and through things like the library and 4-H and all the wonderful free activities we have for our kids. Next. Just if you work in prevention, it becomes very clear very quickly that we really, in this field, like in most other, we like to silo things. We want to talk about, violence prevention. We want to talk about suicide prevention over here and substance use prevention over here. Again, if we take off that hat and put on our common sense hat, we know that if kids in those areas, their family, their peers, their school, out of school time, if they're connected, if they're monitored appropriately, have appropriate boundaries, have positive relationships, chances are they're going to do a lot better in all of those areas. And yet, that's kind of a new light bulb in the research world. So we have really been, and I hope the whole community is proud of this. We've really on the forefront of that concept of promoting positive protective factors that help prevent multiple types of harm. And I checked this just this afternoon, through March 30th, from August 1st, this school year, $156,000 has been spent on the yes cards, almost all of that here in Franklin County. Next slide. You can scroll. We've been fortunate to receive a lot of wonderful recognitions. You can see some of them here. Next slide. We also are contacted constantly by people all over the world wanting to learn more about our work, which is quite an honor, and we usually don't have much time for it. Next slide. But it is nevertheless an honor. But what really, gets me up every morning, and I know our whole coalition is really excited each year, the last couple years, when we've seen our data come in, really showing that the things that we're doing, and this is not just the yes card, this is, as I said, this is collaborative, this is the whole community, changing. Here you can see, the percentage of kids participating in school sports, art, music, drama, and dance, and not just once, but ongoing, weekly or more, volunteering, who, agree that binge drinking is risky. That was super low, it was 23% a couple of years ago, so we worked hard on that. We've pushed that up, I think, more than 10 percentage points since then. Physically active 3 or more times a week. I think the question is, do you exercise enough so that you get short of breath or sweat? So really moving their bodies 3 times a week or more. Huge increase in that. Next. And of course, when we started this work, the one caution we got over and over and over is it takes time to see results. And we kept hearing 4 to 5 years until you start to see a change in your outcome data, which is the stuff that people really want to care, that really care about. What do your funders give you money to do to prevent substance use will show us the numbers. Sure enough, starting last year, which was our 4th year of the project and our 4th year of the survey, we've really seen very consistent positive trends in substance use, mental health, and in all of the domains. There are still challenges. You'll see some of them on these posters that I'm going to leave. I brought these 6-frame posters. They're to stay here. If you all have a nice place to display them, we would love to have as many, particularly members of the public, see them as possible. But it's not without challenge, but the value of this data is that we can see where the challenges are. We can see what's working, what's not, what do we need to shift. Actually, this looks a little different than this substance use one. You see that big orange line going up at the bottom? That's energy drinks. Who knew? It's like doubled. Daily use of energy drinks among even middle schoolers has doubled in the past 5 years. Wouldn't be on our radar at all. Is it as much of a concern as some of the other things? Who knows? But it's that's the value of keeping a pulse on what's happening with our kids. Next slide. So we've really worked hard to diversify our funding, public, private, earned revenue, looking at federal, state, and local. Next. This is the breakdown of the funding for this year's Yes Card. So you can see it goes up to $700,000. That would have been a $400 Yes Card for every middle schooler in the county. We got to $518, and that got us to $300 Yes Card for every kid. You can see the funders there. It's a mix of grants. We did, for the first time, get good chunk of money from the Board of Health, gave $125,000 for the Yes Card. That really is in recognition of, I think most of us understand that the cost effectiveness of prevention, but being able to actually put money to that value is really quite remarkable, and did get some funds from the city of Frankfort. What you see in lighter font there, the Kentucky Association of Health Plans, that was still, we hadn't heard back by the time it was time to make a call on how much the cards will be. We did, though, by October, hear from them that they did want to fund us. This was the second time. Next slide, Andrew. they gave us a grant of $50,000. So they'd done that a couple years back. And this time they added, so we've gotten the $50,000, it's in the bank. They have added a challenge grant of $25,000. And that will be awarded if the Fiscal Court and the City of Frankfort each contribute $25,000. So you all have an application to that tune. Before you know, I think the idea there was clearly to, try to drum up more local ownership and support. As you all know, we've not asked for funding for this before, but particularly with the opioid abatement funding coming through, we do hope to have your support in this. Next slide. We don't need to go through this. It's just, if you run the numbers on prevention and the return on investment, it is just astronomical. The challenge is that doesn't make the money appear in our hands right now when we still have to pay fist over fist for the consequences of not doing it 20 years ago, if you know what I mean, we're really, again, Franklin County is on the forefront in this field. And next slide. Our kids will thank us for that. This is our team. We've got a great team. Next slide. That's all I've got. I want to mention, you guys have note cards that look something like this, but smaller, but this is our first foray into the earned income piece there. So these are note cards that we provide in return for donations, and it wasn't totally altruistic. There's a little advertisement on the back, so if you send them to somebody, they can scan them and order some.
What questions do we have for Amelia? Go ahead.
Amelia, I've watched this from kind of the inception, just watched it. I've attended some of the events, and it has been incredible. I mean, it's incredible. And not only have I done that and just kind of watched and seen how this was all going to go, I have lots of middle schoolers that I see in my office, and they talk about this. Like, I couldn't play football. I couldn't play baseball. There were just so many things that kids come in and tell me now they get to do, and they get to do with their friends. And so they have a new network of friends and a new network of adults it's been phenomenal. And you guys have done a fantastic job, and I just want to thank you.
Thank you.
I got a question.
Yeah.
That was very impressive. These numbers on this brochure are very impressive. So obviously it's working. But the 22, 23 looked like on the graph you showed before ago, it had a little bump rise. Is there an explanation for that?
On the substance use, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's really, and sometimes I have to pull out and look at this. This is called the Icelandic prevention model because they did this in Iceland, and really it was just all common sense. You ask kids what's happening and apply what we know about addiction to change their environment. Okay, so they did that over time, and in 15 years they went from the highest rates of substance use in the world to the lowest. So just nobody's seen anything like it. But there's this graphic, call it the hero graph, and it goes down like this if you draw a straight line, but it's like this year to year. And so that's something that I have to remind myself, and we remind our partners with our researchers in Iceland. They remind us, when something, that's part of it. It is, and that's, honestly, if it's going down too much, we might get complacent on that. And that's so they've now got 15 years of staying low. So they talk about having two stories, the decline and then the maintenance. So we will never be done. Which is fine, because we're never done taking care of our kids, right?
Squire Westman.
Amelia, thank you for being with us. Unfortunately, we didn't have the benefit of presentation or information at a meeting a couple weeks ago when we were going through budget items. Unfortunately, it said that we wouldn't take action, but we effectively did. We went ahead and came up with a budget allotment. Speak a little bit more, if you will, about the need for $25,000 to meet that matching fund, because right now, as the budget stands for tonight, we only have a $15,000 allotment awarded, although a few of us, I believe, were wanting to fund fully at $25,000 from opioid funds. Can those funds be used, and do you only get the money if we match fully?
Yes to your last question, and yes, opioid funds can absolutely be used, and I'm sorry, maybe I owed another email about that, but it should,
okay.
it should be
Yeah, and
eligible.
we're gonna talk about it a couple
We're
of
having
days.
more discussion
Okay.
about this, so don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, we're
okay.
gonna talk about it a couple
Okay. Yeah,
Amelia, thank you for all your great work.
okay. Thank you all so much.
Very well done.
Thank you.
Alrighty, next we're gonna invite Commerce Lexington up. How are y'all doing tonight? Got the whole row. I mean, that's impressive. That's impressive.
We're doing great. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update to the Fiscal Court on the
You don't
regional.
mind introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Andy Johnson. I am our Chief Policy Officer and our Director of Regional Engagement at Commerce Lexington. I am joined by our team by Bob Quick, who's our President and CEO. Jenna Greathouse is our Executive Vice President for Economic Development, and Betsy Dexter is our Senior Vice President for Talent and Education Strategies. So this is part of the team that's helping to provide the administrative back end to this regional competitiveness plan, but this really is a team effort between our local governments, our economic development professionals, I see Penny here in the room, education partners, business community, chamber leaders. This is an effort where it takes all of us moving in the same direction for this to be successful. So today we're just going to give you all a very brief update on the history of this, where we are today, what we've accomplished over the last year. And you all have been at the table. We appreciate Franklin County's support, the judge, Penny, being part of this effort, and hope that you all will continue to be engaged and may consider a financial investment to support the effort, because as you'll see, a lot of this is marketing, a joint marketing effort for the region for both jobs and for talent. Really, that's simply what this is about, just trying to identify some action items that can be mutually beneficial to all of our communities and really elevate what we're all trying to do to attract jobs and people and talent to the region. So next slide, please. Thank you, Andrew. Just to give everybody context, I know the Strategic Planning Committee heard some of this, so I apologize if this is a repeat, but for many years, Commerce Lexington has worked regionally within this 9-county footprint, and it really is beyond our MSA. And the reason we do that is because when we are competing against those larger cities, larger metros, usually it's a million-person population, we need to show an area for workforce and for job sites that really goes beyond the MSA. So the footprint you're looking at here is really that 30-mile radius, so that if the economic development team gets an RFI and RFP, they're submitting this for a workforce, a workshed, and there's a lot of interplay between our workers going back and forth right now. And then also for job sites, we're just more competitive when we can show the sites that we have in the region, the quality of life amenities, the housing access. We're just a stronger product when we look at this regionally. And so again, our economic development professionals have been doing this informally for a long time, coordinating for job attraction. We've been working with public policy to set priorities as a region for over 20 years. And then our chambers have been working on leadership programs. But this effort is really meant to take us to the next level in terms of being more strategic. Next slide, please. So as background, in 2021, we, as Commerce Lexington, just convened a group of regional leaders. 45 leaders represented the 9-county, both government and private sector, really as a focus group, an advisory group. We worked with 2 nationally known economic development and workforce consultants to look at where we were as a region economically, what were our challenges, what were our strengths, what were those opportunities for the future if we all worked together to resource some action items. So that process took about a year, and we came up with this regional competitiveness plan. Next slide, please. And so some of the things that we had to educate ourselves on are, what does it even mean to be competitive? What is place-based economic competitiveness? And we show this just for you all to see. These are the data points that national site selectors, businesses, even people are looking at when they're considering where to locate or where to live. And so there's a lot of different things that we can be working on as a region, as a community. Next slide, please. And so during that process, we did look at how we compared to other cities, other regions that we typically were competing against for jobs or for talent. And the main takeaway from this slide is really twofold. We're in the middle of the pack. The 9-county region is in the middle of the pack. We've got quality of place strengths that are right behind Nashville that we need to leverage. But when it comes to momentum, and that is factoring in some of the economic momentum, jobs, GDP, workforce attraction, all of those things, and there's something happening there that is slowing for us. And what the data showed us is that the region as a whole was behind the national average. We were growing, but we were growing slower. So there were some things that we felt like we needed to do to try to impact that number. Next slide, please. So some of the challenges and some of the strengths regional leaders came up with, and the data also supported this. I think you all will likely agree with this. Some of our key challenges that were affecting that momentum index were the lack of shovel-ready land for job creation, housing availability, skilled labor force, some of the development cost issues. And then something that we found is just being, from a marketing perspective, being behind those competitor cities in terms of the investments that we were putting in to tell the story of the region, both to job creators and to people. But on the positive side, we've got a lot of strengths to lean into, and a lot of those are our quality of place indicators. And if, Andrew, if you don't mind to click one more time, those will pop up, and you can see those. Healthcare, our location, safety, schools, all of those things are part of our story that we need to elevate and tell more clearly. Next slide, please. So some of the things that we've looked at and we continue to monitor, and I show you this was something we looked at last fall during our annual regional summit, the job growth in the region. And so over the last 5 years, we've had steady job growth, anywhere between 17,000 and 20,000 jobs across the region. So that's positive. When you go to the next slide, you'll see our regional labor force. And if you do the math, it's actually on the next slide, you will see that we're just not producing enough workers, enough of that prime age working force to keep up with the jobs that we're creating in the region. So that's something that we need to work on. And with 10 plus colleges and universities right here in the region, trying to work on retention as well as attraction strategies are really some low-hanging fruit for us to focus on.
Can I
Next.
ask you quickly?
Yeah, sure.
You said this was last year, but it has a 5-year span.
That's correct. We looked at that. We're doing an annual convening event called the Regional Summit. You all may have seen that every November, just really as that annual benchmarking event. And this is the slide that Ted Abernathy with Economic Leadership, who helped us draft the plan, he showed that last November, and he kind of looked at that 5-year snapshot based on the data they had at that time.
Thanks.
So
Third in growth.
the other piece of this, we did do some surveys into some of the cities where we knew we were losing young professionals to. So that would be Cincinnati, Indianapolis, Nashville, and Chicago, just to survey and see, what they were thinking about our region. And the biggest takeaway from this slide is just that we are unknown to those individuals. So not a negative, but if we can tell our story better, they just need to know more about the opportunities we have to live and work in this 9-county region. So next slide, please. So the reason we put this slide up is just to share with you all that this was really based on a lot of collaboration, talking with regional leaders, doing focus groups, doing surveys, having regional meetings to come up with this plan. This wasn't just Commerce Lexington putting this together. This really had a lot of input from the leaders throughout the 9-county region. Next slide, please. So these are the 3 measurable goals that we're looking at every year to track our progress at a high level. We're really trying to impact the number of jobs, our wages, our GDP, to at least get those to the national average and stay there, if not go beyond that. In terms of the regional labor force, we're looking to attract and retain more of those prime age folks, anybody in that 25 to 55 range here in the region, as well as just continue that intentional policy advocacy at the state level and at the federal level to attract back investments to the projects that we know are really going to impact competitiveness. Next slide, please. So these are the 7 action items that our regional leaders determined. We didn't want to have a strategic plan that had 20 things that no one worked on. These were the things that the regional leaders felt like were low-hanging fruit, that if we worked on these together, it would benefit all of our communities. And you can see those listed there, and we divide that into economic development, talent attraction, and policy, and we'll go a little bit more in depth in that later in the presentation. Next slide, please. So again, talent, economic development, and policy. And Andrew, if you don't mind, yeah, I know there's a lot of clicking. We'll go to the next slide and just give you a progress report on where we are today. So with talent and workforce, so 2023 was spent resourcing, making sure that we had the financial investments to support the plan. Last year was really our first opportunity to get some things off the ground, to show you what this could look like beyond just concept. And so Betsy on our team has been leading this effort, and what we've been able to do is to launch a new talent attraction website, look at lex.com. It is a one-stop shop, over 30 pages of content that really is that digital front door to the region, both living and working and playing here. Nothing like that existed. You have the tourism sites, you've got economic development, but we really didn't have a place for people to go. So that's a huge success. The part of that that's driving people to the website is launching our first ever paid digital marketing campaign to talent. And we're starting with warm audiences to be most efficient with the dollar, and that is visitors to the region, people that are looking on websites, people that are visiting those key attractions, and then also our alumni of the 10 colleges and university, and strategically serving them with ads about living and working in the region and coming home. In addition to that, we've got a talent resource hub for employers, educators, people that are looking to attract talent, just providing them with the resources they need to better promote the region. Next slide. And so these are some of the early results of the first 6 months of the campaign. What you'll see is that over 3.5 million individuals have been reached with these digital ads. Over 6.4 million people have had impressions, so they've likely received 1 or 2 or 3 different ads. And then we've had over 40,000 people visit the website. 500 people have actually gone to the Indeed.com where the jobs board is listed on the site. The site does feature our key industries. It has a regional map. It profiles your community, and it just tries to provide all of that information. But that's a good thing to see people actually looking and clicking on job openings. And then again, the live and work pages are the most viewed. Next slide, please. So for 2025, just continuing to enhance that website, engaging more with the paid and digital media, again, to those warm audiences, and then just continuing to have these opportunities to get in front of stakeholders and share these resources so that more businesses are using this. And then again, just focusing on retention, trying to strengthen those connections between businesses and students earlier in the process, so to try to keep more of those graduates here in the region. All right, so next slide, we'll go on to, this is just a profile to show you how Franklin County is being profiled throughout the website. We've got that regional map. Your community is listed. We're profiling unique things about this community through the social media campaign, and we want to continue to enhance that. We've just started. We're also working on a community quiz right now that will, again, allow people to answer different questions and then pop up with what communities meet their needs. And again, that's an opportunity to, again, elevate what you all are doing here and to make sure that you're seen throughout that, because you are an asset in this region. Okay, next slide. We're getting into our economic development work, and Jen on our team leads this effort. So they have a corresponding website that is meant for national site selectors, job creators, and so they went through a process to refresh that to better serve the needs of our site selectors and our businesses, and to make sure that it matched the sister site of the talent. And then they've also been engaging with over 120 national site selectors. They really are the gatekeepers for these projects to tell the story of this region and all the assets we have to offer. In addition to that, we are at industry trade shows that meet these key sectors and representing the region and trying to get more eyes on the Greater Lex region, and that includes Franklin County. In addition to that, just continuing to refresh all of those marketing assets to reflect this regional brand identity that we've created over the last year. Next slide, please. So this is looking ahead to 2025, again, continuing to enhance that website. The focus with national site selectors continues. As Jenna will tell you, it's all about those relationships to get on the list for certain projects, and really enhancing the focus in foreign direct investment, because those companies tend to invest more capital, pay workers more, and so just leaning into that presence that we already have here in the region. In addition, we're going to continue to host economic development briefings. You all will be invited to those things, just to, again, provide our economic development professionals, our local officials, with more information about how economic development works, so that your community can continue to stay competitive for those projects as they look at this area. In addition to that, we're leaning into digital strategies on the economic development side too this year, serving ads to site selectors, to industry targets that are in those C-suite positions, to raise their awareness of Greater Lex as a place to live and work. And that's going to be focused on advanced manufacturing, biotechnology, business and professional services, logistics, all the things that we know we need to lean into for opportunities. We're going to be targeting those folks with digital ads too. Next slide, please. And so just from a return on investment perspective, for Franklin County, I mean, again, this effort is not meant to replace the things that you all are doing here to attract jobs. It's really meant to come alongside you and just elevate your community, and particularly when it comes to job attraction. So again, we're doing strategic marketing of your assets when we're out on the road, talking to these site selectors and business targets. We are also listing you in those RFIs and RFPs that come in if you have the sites that meet those target needs. And then providing, you have access, Penny has access to, the judge has access to data and reports, economic impact models, really to show how if a company located here, how that would increase your payroll taxes and help with local government needs. Any of those marketing assets, again, we're here to support you all when you're making those pitches. Next slide, please. And then very quickly, just on the policy front, we are continuing to try to advocate as a region, state and federal, on those key projects or those policies that help support an improved business climate, particularly as it relates to housing. That really is a focus for us, has been this past year, and it will be moving forward. And then just continue to have this communication with key stakeholders like yourself on the things that you think we need to be focusing on to help your community. Next slide, please. The one example of a success of policy advocacy has been the Kentucky Product Development Initiative. This program has really helped elevate and accelerate addressing a key challenge of jobs land throughout the state, but particularly for our region. And so we just wanted to show this to you all. Since the program's inception, and the General Assembly has continued to allocate funding for it, we're going to keep advocating for that. You can see the number of sites that are in process that just improve the inventory that we have available to market to those job creators. Next slide, please. And so again, just with policy, we're going to be really focused this coming year throughout the interim and the next legislative session on housing affordability, trying to figure out what policy solutions can help put that infrastructure in place, much like we've done for the job sites, because it is critical for workforce attraction, and just continuing to work on other opportunities that help improve our business climate. Next slide, please. And so how this is funded, because as you can see, a lot of this, most of this is marketing, is really elevating our marketing and our storytelling of the region. We feel like we're better when we tell that story as a unit, as opposed to us each individually trying to do that. We can cut through the clutter with a united message. And so to do that, we've got over $1 million. This is 2-to-1 business to government, $1 million from the private sector, and then we've got our local governments coming in to support this plan as well. And so when we've been talking over the last year or so to our local government partners, we've been following a model of at least considering maybe that $1 per person. That's a best practice that other communities across the country have started with similar efforts. And so next slide, please. You can see the governments that have committed and are following that model. And so if you all can consider something similar, I know the city of Frankfort has come in at that $25,000 level. We would greatly appreciate that, or wherever you feel comfortable, we would just love to have your investment in this as well. Next slide, please. And so to conclude, we really do feel like through this effort, we are better together. Just finding ways where we can improve that collaboration across the 9-county region, identify things that help all of us that are mutually beneficial, are what this effort is about. Again, we want to support you all. It's not just about Lexington. This is about the region, because we are stronger when we leverage the assets of the entire region in our job attraction and our workforce attraction goals. So again, we appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all, and we're open to any questions. The team here is, I'm just the spokesperson. They may be able to answer some of the more specific questions. And if you have time, we do have a short video that's 2 minutes long that really ties a bow on it and really shows you some of these assets that are hard to, really hard to visualize in a presentation. So it's up to you, Judge. If you would like to.
Andrew, you got a video ready, Andrew?
Yeah.
Go ahead and run it, and we'll take up questions.
Okay.
Serving 9 counties across Kentucky's bluegrass region, the Regional Competitiveness Plan is a collaborative effort aimed at creating a stronger, more prosperous economy. Public and private sector leaders are joining forces with key initiatives to make the region more competitive for jobs and talent. Despite Central Kentucky's exceptional quality of life, there are key challenges slowing economic momentum. Some of these challenges include increasing job creation and wage growth to the national attracting skilled workers to meet growing industry needs, developing more build-ready sites for business, addressing housing affordability, and boosting awareness of the region as a great place to live and work. Leaders prioritize measurable goals and action items across economic development, workforce, and policy. One of the initial successes of this plan is the creation of a regional brand, Greater Lex, which is a best practice in economic development marketing. The brand establishes a unique identity for the region, unites messaging around jobs and quality of life, and elevates regional awareness with key audiences. Another major milestone is the launch of LookAtLex.com, a new talent attraction website that serves as a one-stop resource for prospective workers. The site contains over 30 pages of content centered around living, working, and playing in Greater Lexington, including a regional interactive map, cost of living calculator, regional jobs board, and key industry profiles. Additionally, our first ever digital and social media talent attraction marketing campaign is promoting the region as an exceptional place to live and work. The first phase of the campaign is targeting alumni of Greater Lexus colleges and universities, as well as regional visitors, with the goal of increasing the local talent pool for employers. We've also refreshed our regional job attraction website, located Lexington.com. With a modernized user experience, the site features vital data for site selectors and business prospects, highlighting location and workforce advantages, incentives, and available job sites. Through strategic outreach and messaging, we continue to strengthen connections with national site selectors and key industries, opening doors for new investment and job opportunities in Greater Lexington. Education and advocacy also remain top priorities, with new economic development education events and policy outreach in Frankfurt and Washington, D.C. We continue to advocate for increased investment in critical infrastructure, housing, workforce, and business climate solutions. Financially supported by both business and government leaders, the Regional Competitiveness Plan receives a total annual investment of $1.6 million. Commerce Lexington is proud to collaborate with regional partners to drive these key initiatives forward and strengthen our regional economy. There is power in collaboration. We are better together.
All right. Andy, again, thank you. Court, what questions do we have for Andy or the team that is here tonight?
I
Quartana.
got one, simple one. It's kind of a chicken or egg question. How you recruit skilled labor without jobs?
Well, that's a good question. I think we can show that we are adding the jobs, and so I think the biggest challenge for us right now is more of that skilled labor piece. What we continue to hear from employers, and Jenna can address this too, is that they're still having difficulty finding enough people and the right people. So staying focused on the retention efforts, working with our schools to make sure we've got programs that are filling those pipelines, and then educating about the programs that our schools are offering to parents and children and kids as they're making those decisions is going to be critically important. So I think the jobs piece, we're doing a pretty good job there. We can always do better, but the workforce piece is important, and it's also something that when businesses are looking to locate, you've got to make sure you've got those pipelines in place. Jenna, do you want to offer anything else?
Well, it's coming from a International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers father, you know, that's a skilled labor, and they have to have jobs to go to. I mean, you gotta have some place for, and that's just the one that I know about. I know you got all kind of skilled labor that has to be skilled, and they have to have a place to work, or they're gonna go to Nashville or wherever there's places, so.
And you bring up a good point about, I think, something that we've seen is we've got to do a better job of having a place where people can find those jobs, where they can know about those opportunities, and having those listed in an easy place for people to find is important, and that's one of the goals of this effort.
Other questions we have? I'll go as far with.
Several things, if I could. So many initiatives seem to take into account that there's just sort of a bucket of people that are willing to be transient all across the world that somehow suddenly settle And I think there's not enough attention given to the period of time in their lives when they make those decisions to settle, which is usually around college or your first jobs, and not enough focus on building up the homegrown talent and the people that we do have, rather than focusing on getting those people with skill sets matching with jobs that are external to us. So could you speak a little bit about the initiative in terms of building the local talent, working with colleges, and trying to create those jobs and opportunities here in our own region, which I think has a much more likelihood of success than trying to attract external talent who are potentially, in my perception anyway, more drawn to opportunities where there is a much larger opportunity for living, right? In
Right.
those sectors like Chicago and Nashville.
But Betsy can address that more specifically because she's leading it, so if you want to come up. But
I think,
Mike, please.
one thing I will say as Betsy's coming up is it's a both and. It's both retention, trying to find opportunities for those students, connecting them with businesses sooner, and also doing the attraction because current needs, we just don't have enough people, so we've got to be doing both approaches. But I'll let Betsy address more specifically some of those things that we'll be working on.
Yeah, so Andy's right, it's both, and if you look at the numbers, we're gonna have to think about it. So you even think about boomeranging people that were here, that left and came back, we want them to come back. But even part of the site that we didn't show, Handshake is a platform that every college and university uses, and so one of our goals is to make sure we're getting everybody using Handshake. When we look at the numbers, there's a real gap there. So there's a platform that exists where students go on to look for jobs and internships, that maybe employers aren't posting on that, and so that's an easy kind of low-hanging thing for us that we'll work on this year. So really connecting businesses and students together is a number one thing for us from retention, but also having the site a place for folks to go and look and see what is life like here. There's a lot of times when you talk to students, they may or may not understand what it's like to live, where do you live, quality of life, outdoor sports, food, culture, you name it, everything's on that site. So while we talk about it from an attraction standpoint, really that place of information is for anybody that wants to know what it's like to live and work here, whether they're growing up in it or coming back home or have never been here before. It's kind of all, both and.
Could I ask you to elaborate maybe a little bit on this initiative started obviously pre-pandemic and changed the world, and there is a huge focus, at least from my colleagues in my age group, that is looking for remote work and looking to find their sense of place, the place that they want to live and raise their kids, and the job is coming secondary and or completely subjective to remote opportunities that still keep them in the place they want to live. And I feel that there's a huge segment of the population in this region that is looking for exactly that.
Looking for remote work, but to stay here.
Yeah. How much of a focus will this initiative have?
I think it's up to the employer on how you, promote the jobs within your company. So, of course, we would love for you to stay and work for local companies, but remote work is a huge piece to it. So again, that's why the quality of life is so important, because a lot of folks are like, you can look for jobs and find different things, but can you find a house? Can you find a community? Can you find what you're looking for? Are the schools great? Is it a safe community? Those are the things that we know what people are looking for. And so whether it's remote or not, we haven't gone one or the other, but really focused in on why it's so great to live here and play here, as a place to want to stay, or please don't go, work remotely and stay. We would want them to do either.
And then,
Yep.
could I add? Yeah.
My name is Bob Quick. I happen to be one of those fathers whose son lives in Winchester, and he works for Boeing. And so we have more of that going on in our region than I think a lot of people realize. It's something we haven't really measured, but that's probably with many of these companies going to be that opportunity. He has a chance. They want to move him to Long Beach, California. They've been talking about Seattle. And because of the quality of life here and all the different amenities, he doesn't want to move. So that's that. Or we got to make sure that we're reaching out. And I'm from a trades family. My father was an engineer in the labor union. And you're right. We're focusing on that too. And we got to keep focusing on how we bring more projects in. But we've got to do all these collectively, or we're going to come up short. And in many cases, we are short, and that's what the rallying cry was here for us.
Thank you. we have a gentleman here that works for Boeing in town that came back purposely because this is his hometown and refuses to leave now. And that story is replicated time and time again with the age group of 30 to 40 something. And I know so many of them that chose where they're going to live before they choose the job. And I think that's a critical component that can't be overlooked in this initiative. So my final question, I think, is just sort of if you have, maybe you've not had enough time yet, but wondering about kind of the metrics of the return on investment of the initiative. How far is the money going in terms, we have sort of your reach and your brand identity and some of that things that are fairly new, but what about that return and what are we seeing in direct metrics of
Great
people
question.
coming in?
So when it comes to marketing, there are certain variables or certain data points that you can look at to show if it was a successful marketing effort. And that's going to be some of the things that we showed you, for example, with the website clicks, the impressions, the reach. I mean, those are tangible data points, and the majority of this funding from our local governments is going to support that marketing effort. And it's the same thing with what Jenna's doing with her digital marketing campaign and some of those things. The other piece of that, so you can tell the number of people you're reaching from a talent perspective and can say whether or not the marketing campaign is successful. The other piece of that on economic development, I mean, based on the jobs that are created here in the community, we can run economic development models for you to show like how that's increased, what that's meant for your payroll taxes. There's some tangible metrics that we can put in place for that and give those reports each year to show, is this working? And it's just one component of it. Marketing is one aspect of it, but then there's other things within the community that you'll want to work on to be more successful, more competitive, like housing, like your job sites, things that you all are already doing. But those are some of the things that we're looking at and tracking beyond those bigger picture metrics of how's the region doing on jobs, wages, GDP, overall workforce growth. Then we take it down a level and you look at the specific marketing campaigns and you measure those variables and see if the campaign itself has been successful in terms of your return on investment, the dollar that you're spending on it. For example, let's just say you all contributed $25,000 to this. You're basically being marketed on 2 different websites. Your properties are being listed. You're part of this talent campaign. That's something like if you tried to do that on your own, would be a significantly more, maybe 3 times, 4 times what the investment is if you tried to create those amenities for yourself based on being part of this regional effort. It's really just being more efficient with your investment through the marketing effort.
I'm going to ask Jenna, since she hasn't spoke, if you don't mind, come up like a question, and everyone, I didn't want you to feel left out. And then we'll wrap it up. Could you talk a little bit about NITO? So NITO is a new employer here in town,
Yes.
and so can you talk a little bit about how that went?
NITO was in Lexington, and they needed additional space. So we, of course, talked to Penny, and they were looking at buildings to start, to do more distribution, and then they had some issues in Lexington. They didn't have anywhere to grow or expand, and they decided, well, Frankfort's going to be a good opportunity for us. We think because we can't do it in Lexington, let's just take it all to Frankfort. And for us, that's a win. So we're still keeping the company in the region. The employees are going to be able to come from the same locations where they were coming from. So thank you, Penny, for all your efforts on that project. And it's kind of a golden rule between economic developers. If you have a company looking in Frankfort that is in Lexington, we always tell each other. So it's not a competition. It is truly a camaraderie with our team of economic development professionals. Do we want to keep it in Lexington? Of course. But do we want it to go to Nashville? Of course not. So.
I think Penny wants to say thank you.
Thank you so much, Jenna. One thing I'll say about NITO is there's 220 jobs here in Franklin County now with NITO, and there was 75 jobs in Lexington. So it's a gain for the region because we grew in the region from 75 to 220. So together, we all work that, and the goal is how can NITO, expand here and stay within our greater Lexington region. So it is an and both situation.
You know, we have companies all the time we have a company that we've entertained recently that's in one of the counties in our region, and it's a similar situation. They have a potential to get a new contract. They may not be able to expand in their existing location in time. That's why they go and look. Sometimes the time works out, they can stay where they are. Sometimes they have to move. But, you know, if we weren't working together, then we would all be competing with each other. And really, Team Kentucky has set us up we're just all about selling Kentucky. And then we have this region. And for us, it's kind of interesting because we're in Greater Lexington, but we're also geographically really close to Anderson County and Shelby County. And so we actually work with all those counties, and so does Greater Lex. Yes, we're metrixed by our 9 counties, but we all work together because we all touch each other geographically, and we're all, you know, singing from the same hymnal, because people who live in Franklin County work in Shelby County, and, you know, vice versa.
Go ahead, Squire Blackburn.
Penny, I know you work long and hard and diligent on all the projects that come here. My question for you is, what do you think the biggest obstacle or hindrance is for companies looking for a community? You know, in my experience, I know when Toyota came to Scott County, all those workers didn't live there.
Right.
And a lot of them were homegrown, but a lot of them came in.
They
and
did.
A lot of people from Franklin County work there.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think our biggest obstacle or hindrance is here in Franklin County?
I mean, right now, we're going to talk about housing a little bit later today, but obviously we need more housing starts in Franklin County, and we have more housing starts in Franklin County than we've ever had in my adult life. And many of us in this room went to high school together and have seen that, you know, over these 30 years.
We've got zoning for like
So-
600 just in my district.
Right, so that's one thing. Number 2 is that, you know, no product, no project. That is, we haven't had any amount of developable lands for advanced manufacturing that are clustered number of acres on a large U.S. highway with access to water, sewer, gas, and electric. So that's been Franklin County's issue, you know, because the industrial parks that we do have no tracts available over 10 acres, and really we only have 30 acres in Industrial Park 3, which is not even zoned industrial, it's professional office. So we're full, and there is vacant land, but for instance, it's owned by people that don't want to sell it. You know, we have several important factories here, some which have been here for 40 years that came in with Toyota. They have farms adjacent to them, and they're going to keep those farms because they might need to expand or they want to have that buffer. So our 2 biggest issues are we haven't had housing starts and we haven't had land. Now, in my previous life as a design builder in multifamily housing for Weber Group, the biggest issue with Franklin County has been our rent structure hasn't supported the investment of the cost of construction on market rate apartments or houses which are in the middle sphere of housing costs. So we've had lots of $1 million homes, and we've had lots of lower income type homes, not as many as we need in that area, but we haven't had any middle range homes. Now rents, and the reason I believe rents have caught up in Franklin County, and now people are on Franklin County, is because our median average wage has grown. We have counties which are filling up around us, and so the next logical thing is to come here. That's driven rents up. Wages have increased, not as much as rents, but when you think about just the middle tier, right? Not affordable housing, that's a different conversation, but just that middle tier, rents here have increased, and homeownership and the value of that in that middle tier. And so from an economic development standpoint, we are now firing on all cylinders. Now, that may hurt some of our efforts on the affordable side. We have to make up those gaps. But just thinking about it from the standpoint of economic development, rents here have now caught up to some of these shoulder communities. And so developers are able to make the numbers work here for market rate apartments, townhomes, single-family homes in that $350,000 to $500,000 range, right? So we have a holistic ecosystem issue here. So does that help answer?
I just wanted everybody else to hear it.
Okay.
Penny, thank you. Any other questions for Lex? Go ahead.
Just a comment if I can, Penny.
Please.
I think a larger hurdle,
Okay.
and I have to say it every time because it's not verbally said, but I
Please
want
say
to
it to
pound
me,
it
I'm
out into the
listening.
community, is that we've always defined economic development in one way, as industrial parks
Right.
for a large chunk of our history. We have not focused on the natural landscape, the
Right.
remote work, the potential to live and work remotely and draw people here because of the landscape and quality of life, the affordability, all that kind of thing we have. We've not focused on the home-based businesses that can expand and work nationwide, like the Woolery is always the great example.
The Woolery's
And we
great
don't
example.
define our tourism industry as real economic development, even though it drives this community almost singularly
Right.
outside of state government, and thinking that, you know, our community's understanding of economic development is still mired in industrial land space, and I think that's our biggest hurdle and our biggest mistake.
Well, and we have now this economic development strategic plan, which is focusing on 4 or 5 different legs of that economic development stool, all of which you have mentioned, including professional services that support the capital, advanced manufacturing, but tourism and quality of life and remote work. And I believe that our partners at Commerce Lexington understand that. Because it's the same for many of the counties in our cluster. Certainly, in Fayette County, tourism is a huge piece of that, as well as the horse business. We don't have as much of that. But I think all of us recognize that that is the future. It's a multi-leg stool where maybe when one industry is up, others are down, and vice versa, and that keeps us balanced, you know? So I share your understanding. Thank you.
We just have to talk about it more
Okay,
often.
good, let's do
We
it.
need to.
All righty. Andy, Bob, Betsy, Gina, thank you very much for coming up tonight. I'm gonna do a little audible here. Nicole, I'm gonna let you stand up. So I met a couple really cool people, and I'm sorry that your friends had to leave.
No
I was trying to, keep moving, but, so Saturday morning, I met Nicole and her team down at, the Capitol event for the kickoff for Derby. So she is going to share with us some information. FEMA is here. I think everybody knows, without talking about the whole disaster, Friday the president signed individual help for everybody, and so Saturday morning they were here. So why don't you kind of tell the court and everybody watching kind of what you all are up to?
Yeah, again, so my name is Nicole Wilson. I am a public information officer for FEMA and on the ground doing essentially what you guys do, and that's serve the people here in Franklin County, here across the state of Kentucky. So just a couple of things. Number one, thank you for your partnership. We always say that recovery after a disaster is a whole community approach. FEMA can't do it by ourselves, and it starts local. So thank you for all you guys have done to really jumpstart that recovery. Just to talk a little bit about what we're doing, we are on the ground. We have a DRC, which is a Disaster Recovery Center, located right here in Franklin County at 827 Louisville Road in Frankfort. And basically, those who were impacted by that flood can go over there, speak one-on-one with someone from FEMA, talk to them about the kind of damage they had, show them any photos, and work with our team to apply for assistance right there. They'll walk you through each question on that application and make sure you can get registered for FEMA assistance. We've seen steady traffic so far at that recovery center. And basically FEMA is on the ground. We provide assistance to both homeowners and renters. And a couple pieces of information critical if they have insurance. I know I hear a lot of people say there was no insurance because they weren't prepared for a flood. If they do by chance have insurance, we ask that they file a claim first and then come see us. We will need that insurance letter. Law prevents us from providing the same assistance for the same types of things that your insurance will cover. So we will need to see that insurance letter before we can approve their application. So you may see people initially apply and say, I didn't get approved. If they have insurance, it could be because we still need that letter. And also, we are hearing that obviously renters and even some homeowners have been displaced, and we don't know how to get in touch with them. So if we can just kind of make sure people understand that they are eligible to apply for assistance. Some of those individuals who have been displaced don't have insurance. Come see us. FEMA may be able to help cover some of the hotel costs that they are incurring right now, and also can help cover some of the expenses if they're staying on the couch of a family member or a friend. So come see us if they had any type of damage, had to be displaced. Also, we know that after rain comes mudslides, sinkholes, land movement. If damage to your home is caused by one of those phenomena, and it's directly caused by a storm, FEMA may be able to provide some assistance there as well, okay? Private roads and bridges. We hear some people own their own road. They are eligible also to apply for FEMA assistance. We may be able to assist there if there are multiple owners. So say 3 neighbors own the road, all 3 of them will need to apply for assistance, okay? A lot of times we don't think about medical equipment. Many people lose a wheelchair or a motorized scooter. FEMA may be able to assist with replacing some of those items as well. And also, we just want to make sure that people understand that fraud increases after disaster. Unfortunately, we have con artists out there who like to take advantage of people in their hardest days. So if they run into someone from FEMA in the field who is engaging with them, I didn't bring mine in because I didn't want it on camera, but we always wear a badge. It is an official government badge. They can always ask to see that badge. If they are not sure that their person in front of them is really from FEMA, they can call our hotline, which is at 800-621, I will repeat it, 3362. Again, that's 800-621-3362. And again, we've seen some steady traffic coming through that disaster recovery center. Our teams are here to help. If a person cannot get to a disaster recovery center, they can always apply online at disasterassistance.gov. They can call us at that number, 800-621-3362. If they're tech savvy, they can use the FEMA mobile app and go on the app and apply. Or again, many people like a personal touch, so they can always visit us there at that DRC. I did hear somebody's question about the HMPG grant and how that affected this community. My 2 partners here, Carolyn Robinson Tucker and Jessica Harris, work with our intergovernmental affairs. They also took a note and can be in touch with you to kind of help you kind of understand and work through some of that.
All right, what questions do we have, Nicole? Squire Wisman.
Thank you for being with us, and thanks for working in our community and all the communication that's been going on. One of the biggest hurdles I'm hearing right now from residents is that their insurance policy doesn't cover a hotel room or a relocation during this period of time. And so many people have been trying to live in a flooded building and dealing with mold issues, maybe staying on the 2nd story and trying to mitigate the 1st story and just trying to navigate. Could you speak to how they could be helped in those particular processes?
Sure. The first thing I would say is come see us. We cover uninsured and underinsured individuals, and we want to make sure your home is safe to live in. So if there's a mold issue, a contamination issue, please come see us. Let our teams know. They'll help you get that application entered. Be sure to talk to them about that issue specific when you apply, and we'll try to see how we can help fill in the gaps where insurance won't.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Nicole? Again, thank you for coming. I will say I was very impressed yesterday at the Meet the Plant Board down at Big Eddie, I'll get you. And there was already somebody from FEMA down there knocking on doors, meeting with people. So I think that's important. And she did have a badge on. So, Squire Sebastian, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I just wanted to say, while the flood, that week after the flood water was going away, FEMA was actually on my street.
Yeah.
in a buggy checking on people. So
Yeah.
they were on the ground kind of doing a canvas and a pre-assessment.
They did a lot of the assessments.
So
yes.
they have been here early.
Absolutely.
Can you share with us if there is a window of time that individuals need to come for assistance and when that window may close? I think that would be very important for people
Absolutely.
to understand. Thank you.
Of course, for this disaster, the April floods, individuals who were impacted have until June 25th, so 60 days, to come see us or call us and get an application in. Again, that's June 25th. And our teams are always available to you, always willing to answer questions, help you understand some things, and always willing to do our best to make sure we're helping the people here.
Nicole, thank you very much. We appreciate
Thank
you and
you.
your team helping our community.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty, another special guest that's not on the agenda, but I'm gonna bring him up now, is Mr. Brian. I can't remember your last name. I also met him Saturday, you dropped something there too, right as you got it. Met him on Saturday morning, and he has a really, thank you, Amelia. Yeah, he has some good information too, for anybody that has gone through this disaster, so.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Yeah, my name is Brian Beard. I'm a public affairs specialist for the Small Business Administration, Office of Disaster Recovery and Resilience. And we work alongside FEMA whenever there's a presidential disaster declaration, such as what was just approved on Friday for the 13 initial counties here in Kentucky. We offer low-interest, long-term loans to cover damages that are not covered by insurance or FEMA or another source. And although a lot of people assume that SBA only helps businesses, but in disaster recovery, these loans are available to businesses of all sizes, homeowners, renters, and nonprofit organizations. So if anyone lives in one of those 13 counties that was included in the initial declaration, including Franklin County, and had damage to their home or personal property, including renters, or business or nonprofit, they can apply for a low-interest loan from the SBA. The deadline to apply for physical damage loans is June 23rd. We do also have a grace period after that. And the deadline for economic injury disaster loans, which provide working capital to small businesses and private nonprofits, is January 26th of next year. Because a lot of times a business owner will not know for a while how much they're been affected by the drop in sales because of all the damage around them. So we have a longer deadline for that. There is no cost to apply for an SBA loan and no cost to decline a loan offer. So it costs you nothing to keep your options open. So we encourage everyone to apply now and decide later whether you need that loan or not. There's no interest or payments for the first year of the loan. And with no prepayment penalties, that means that if you pay off your loan in less than a year, you will not pay any interest at all. So it could be used as a bridge loan. Even if you've already used a credit card or gotten a bank loan to cover the cost of repairing your home or business, you can still apply for an SBA loan and replace that more expensive debt with a low-interest loan from us. After that first year with no interest or payments, the first payment is due 1 year after disbursement of your loan. After that first year, the fixed interest rate for most homeowners and renters is as low as 2.75%. For most businesses, as low as 4%, and 3.625% for nonprofits. So it's much cheaper than a credit card or another source of money. If you're not sure you will need a loan or still waiting on your final insurance settlement, we want you to apply before that deadline, and you can always decide later. Even though we do not cover damage that is covered by insurance, you do not need to wait for your insurance settlement. A lot of times those insurance companies take quite a while, or they might offer you less than it takes to fix your home and you need to appeal. So I suggest if somebody does get an estimate from their insurance company that's less than they need to fix their home, they should get a detailed estimate from a licensed contractor and submit that with a copy of that with their appeal to the insurance company. And the loan terms can be up to 30 years, so that can be very small payments. For example, a $25,000 loan at 2.75% with a 30-year term would only be a little over $100 a month. So it's less than a cable payment, cable bill. A very affordable way to fill that gap that's left by insurance to get you back in your home and fix what's not fixed already. If you have a high insurance deductible, an SBA loan can be used just to cover that deductible. And any other damage that's not covered by insurance. Also, if you're approved for a physical damage loan for a home or business, you can request an additional 20% of the total estimated cost of the damage to be added onto that loan to build back stronger, to try to mitigate, any future damage. There have been studies showing that for every dollar spent to try to build back stronger might save you $6 or more in future damage. So we encourage people to take advantage of that. That could be used for changing the landscaping, building a retaining wall to try to prevent flooding, putting in a sump pump, elevating your utilities, your hot water heater and furnace several feet off the ground in the basement so that the next time there's flood water, it won't be washed out again, things like that. For loans up to $50,000, there is no collateral required and no closing costs. So if the loan is $50,000 or less, you don't have to put a lien on your home or business. And based on the amount of damage estimated by the SBA inspector and your ability to repay, homeowners can receive up to $500,000 for damage to their primary residence, where you live at least half of the year. Homeowners and renters can borrow up to $100,000 for personal property damage for the contents of the home, including your vehicle, garage, or another outbuilding or a fence, something like that. And then businesses and nonprofits can borrow a total of $2 million, which would be a combination of physical damage, economic injury, if you had a drop in sales, and the mitigation. And so even if a small business owner or a private nonprofit did not have any physical damage, they can still get an economic injury disaster loan to cover their monthly expenses until they're back up to speed again. If they're not able to meet the monthly expenses that they would have been able to meet had the disaster not occurred. And I want to do a side note there that these economic injury disaster loans are not only available in the counties that are declared for the physical damage, the individual assistance counties, as FEMA phrases it, but also in the neighboring counties. A small business or a private nonprofit could still get one of these working capital loans because even if they're in the neighboring county, they might have also had an economic, effect from the damage. So for the February flooding, Woodford County was included as one of those primary counties and can get fiscal damage loans from damage occurring in late February and early March. But Franklin County was a contiguous or adjacent county, so any business owner in Franklin County that had a drop in sales from the February storm could apply for that economic injury loan. And then if they had damage during the April storms, they could also apply for the physical damage and the economic injury. So I wanted to clarify that. And as Nicole mentioned before me, for homeowners and renters with damage, it's very important to register with FEMA first to see if they can provide some grant assistance, especially if your home is not safe to live in. And there are several steps in the application process. So if someone gets a letter stating that they've been denied or put into withdrawn status, it might just mean that we don't have enough information to fully assess your ability to repay the loan. So read that letter carefully, follow through. If you're doing it online, you want to make sure to upload any documents that are requested before clicking on the reauthorization or reconsideration button. Or you can, of course, visit us at one of the disaster recovery centers, such as 827 Louisville Road. We also have a business recovery center that is just SBA, that's at the Expree Credit Union at the intersection of the East-West Connector and Martin Luther King Junior Drive, near Kentucky State University. And also, when applying for a loan, make sure you include all the assets of everyone in the household, the assets and income of everyone, not just the homeowner, to better show your ability to repay that loan. And the SBA home loans are available to the primary residence where you live at least half the time. But if you have a rental property or multiple rental properties and you're earning income on those rentals and paying taxes on it like a regular business, you could apply for a business loan as low as 4% to cover the damage to those rental properties. Because rental property owners, that's the type of business we want to keep all businesses going. And it's okay to have an existing SBA loan from previously, as long as you're up to date with your payments and you can demonstrate your ability to repay another loan. So there are 3 ways to apply. You can apply online at lending.sba.gov. You can contact our customer service center at 800-659-2955, or email us at disastercustomerservice@sba.gov, or you can come visit us in person, like I mentioned, at 827 Louisville Road, where the Disaster Recovery Center has both FEMA and SBA staff there 7 days a week. And we also have like I mentioned, a business recovery center, but homeowners and renters can come there as well at the Esprit Credit Union on the East-West Connector. And so that's my summary. So thank you for the time to share this information, and I'm open to any questions.
A lot of great information.
I just have
Go ahead.
a comment. I used it during 2020 when the COVID thing hit, and it was a tremendous help for my business. It's a great deal. So I just wanted to congratulate you on that.
Thank you.
If I could, thinking of two questions specifically that I fielded lately since this came out digitally and I haven't been able to answer what they came about. Folks that may have had a home office that was damaged, but they have a secondary location of business. Can they count the business loss at the residence as well? It sounds like so.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Actually, during Common Fest, I spoke with one business owner who, he's renting the location, and it got flooded, and he was concerned about his equipment that got, he had damage to some of his equipment and inventory. And yes, that is, inventory and equipment is covered even if you're renting a space from somewhere else. That's your business. And I talked with another business owner who had a hair salon business and was in the process of changing locations, so she'd moved a lot of her equipment to her home residence, and her home got flooded. And so she wanted to know if that business equipment could also be eligible for a business loan, and that is eligible, yes.
And then specifically about a local contractor, I had a question. When one line of business may have had cancellations or diminished, but they're not able to show a loss because they picked up maybe flood mitigation and repairs, do you have to show a physical loss, or could it be somewhat of a perceived or canceled contract? What would
Yeah, so any physical damage, could qualify for a physical damage loan, but then the economic injury disaster loan that provides working capital to cover expenses, if, for those, we usually ask for maybe the last 2 or 3 years of tax returns and look at what their income was during that same period of time of year in the previous years, and then see how much their income dropped since the disaster happened, and see what that gap is. It is based on not being able to meet your monthly expenses, payroll and fixed debt payments, et cetera. So if they still were making enough money to cover their expenses, it would be a little more complicated to figure that out, but there's no cost to apply and no cost to decline a loan offer, so they should go ahead and apply and see what's available.
Thanks.
Brian, thank you very much. We appreciate it. That's a lot of information, so we appreciate that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dude, let's do it.
Good evening. Just wanted to update the court on what your road crew's been doing since the last court meeting. As you know, April 19th, Saturday, we had the county-wide cleanup, and it was pretty busy. So had a whole lot of stuff. I'm not sure, I guess Ally's probably got a report for you, but it was very busy. And then the 23rd, we started our yard waste Wednesdays, and it is moved back down at the road department, for anybody that wants to know that, from 8 to 12 p.m. So it's every Wednesday through November the 5th. And then Monday, the 28th, we started our roadside mowing. We've got one tractor crew out doing that. We're still running the grapple truck for flood debris as far as cleaning these dumpsters out, just trying to help the Republic keep up on that. So, but it is slowing down quite a bit. Just running our culvert crew just about every day. That's about all I got.
Well, Duke, before I take any questions, I just want to thank you all again. I mean, you have been, and we've said it year after year, the backbone of this county government. I mean, it's good to hear you're cleaning culverts out and ditches and things like that that haven't been done in many years. But what you and your team have done over these last 3 weeks, let's call it, has been amazing. So I just want to say thank you. Yeah.
Glad to do it.
Never once have I talked to Duke or any road department employee or team member that questioned anything that we asked or said, I don't want to do that or anything. It's been all hands on deck, and it's been very, very, very good. What questions do we have for Duke? Squire Sebastian? Or comments, I guess. Either.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Judge.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yep.
I think the example starts at the top.
Yeah.
And you were out there working side by side with the guys. I mean, and I think all of us here at the court appreciate that. All of us here at the court do the same thing. You know, we're lockstep and help the staff when we have the capacity to be able to help the staff. And I think they appreciate that, and I can tell you I appreciate it more than words can express, especially for the residents I serve, because they are in extreme dire straits, whether it's in the city or the county, because my district follows the river. And I'm hearing it from everybody, trying to bridge that gap when they can't get information, trying to give them information, and also to try to create a balance in their life, because it's a really tough time for them. So the work that you all have done has been tremendous. And cleaning the culverts and ditches, I know we talk about it all the time.
Yeah.
When it rains that hard, that stuff backs up and it creates situations where water pools in places than it normally doesn't. So there are some people that have unfortunately experienced flooding because culverts and ditches backed up because there was just no place for water to go.
Yep.
So it is really important. So when we talk about it, there's a reason to talk about it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other thing to do?
Just a comment, I think the road department has been the backbone of this community for the last month or so, and it's up to you ultimately, but I really think they're well and due maybe 3 or 4 Fridays furloughed with pay instead of making them use of their vacation time, but I really hope you'll consider giving them some time off. I felt bad asking them to work on the Saturday, the cleanup day, and took them pizza out and said, I really hope we can give you all some much needed time off. You deserve it here as things calm down for the spring.
Thanks, Squire. Duke, thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank y'all.
Alrighty, I'm gonna find the judge's report. But again, in addition to the road department, I want to thank all first responders, Governor, Team Kentucky, I mean, we had the SBA, I mean, Red Cross, FEMA, so many people to thank over these last 3 weeks. I don't even know where to begin. I'm gonna have to come up with a big thank you list because it's a lot. It is a lot. And on that thing, one thing people don't realize is Lee Brick and Block. So Keith Lee, I don't think I told the story last time. You know, we had sandbags. We were making sandbags. You know, Duke made that, but he kept bringing them and he kept bringing them. And I think they donated over 5,000 sandbags, $20-some thousand the day it was happening. And when I went down there near Capitol Avenue Bridge, and they built that big thing, 6 foot tall, there near the, but let me tell you, that water was up to the top. And if we wouldn't have had those sandbags, a lot more of downtown Frankfort would have been flooded. So I can't not thank Keith Lee and his team for stepping up and to being there for the community. So, I don't know what Andrew has and what he doesn't have. On the 16th, James K. in Woodford County, and I did a video there. And believe it or not, what I didn't know, behind us is where the road collapsed on Glens Creek. The state's fixing it. So they haven't communicated with me at all. I mean, they're putting stuff in the ground, so they're just working away. But it was good because he and I have talked a lot during this storm, and a lot of other county judges. It's been nice because they've gone through it too. I think over 200 homes in Woodford County. So it's been nice working a disaster and having support from other people, around us. 17, we had a chamber dinner. On the 19th, we had, I don't know what pictures Andrew has. Andrew, you want to keep flipping and let's see what's next? If you don't mind. was a little busy today. I didn't get a chance to. Okay, there's the funny picture out of all the pictures. So that was the gala. Tommy Haynes got a great award. Sheila Mason got a great award. Garrett's Garage, which Jack's real happy about, I think got Business of the Year. And I'm missing a couple, but it was a great event. And then on 19th, we had two events. We had the Earth Day celebration over at Liberty Hall. And then we also had Reforest Frankfurt. They did a little bit different this year because obviously they had bought all the trees, but couldn't get them planted. So I think they gave them all away. It was a really good idea. I don't know who had it, to have it at the farmers market. So it was a great event. On the 21st, I went to the COCO, the Capital Ovarian Cancer Organization. They kind of have their celebration, and that was a nice event. Also on the 23rd, had the Main Street cleanup. I know Allie did a lot with the Kentucky State students and a lot of us from here. The 24th, Franklin County Health Department had the grand opening. I'm not sure what that's on there, Andrew, but we had the Health Department grand opening. They were showing off their new space, and Andrew, you all over the place tonight. That's not it. That's today. But anyways. We did the gala. We had the Yes Arts community mural reveal. It was on Saturday morning. I know there's a lot of nonprofits there. Wanda Joyce. Fortunately, I wasn't able to be there.
It was cool.
Yeah,
I was there.
Yeah, I know.
It was fun. It
Yeah,
was really
the
fun.
pictures
It was
look
awesome.
great, and I know they did some workshops in the afternoon. I hated to miss it. I was out of town, so I did make it back for the Common Fest kickoff. That was super nice. A lot of people there. Like I said, FEMA showed up, SBA showed up. There's a lot of people. It's a little different this year, just talking to people, and Thunder this year was canceled in Louisville. It's been a little different for everybody, but we're still making the best out of it. And I know Saturday morning's our big derby thing here in downtown Frankfurt. And then on today I had the plant board taping, and I was actually to take Danny came with me. There he is there. So he's with FEMA out of New York, and he kind of went on there with me and talked about pretty much what Nicole talked about, what they can do for our community and being involved. So it was a great program this morning. And then Squire Dykes was with us today. We had the groundbreaking of the new Elkhorn Elementary School today. So that was a really nice event. Had a lot of people there. Congressman Comer's field rep was there, in addition to our new state rep, Erica Hancock. Deputy Judge Jack Kennedy was with us, and Squire Kelly Dykes. So that was a great event. And then, Andrew, did you get time to get the last thing up there I sent you? There it is. So I know Squire Sebastian and a lot of us have been working on this. So this year, if you all remember last year, we did the birthday celebration. This year happens to be the 230th birthday, but what we all decided is that we're going to make it a benefit concert for the community fund. So the old mayor, Bill May, came to us and he said, I have a lot of performers that want to perform. They want to help raise money for your community. So we kind of had a couple meetings, and he's providing two bands, basically, the 3 hours of entertainment that he is going to bring, and they're just going to pretty much donate their time. I know, I'm going to let Sherry talk about this in 2 seconds. I know Jenny's been busy calling around with food trucks. I think there's 8 food trucks so far, plus some beer vendors. Sherry was talking about some bourbon people we'll hear about in 2 seconds. I just got to keep going, I'm going to forget. Sonny, actually one of our electrical inspectors, had said something to Jack a little bit ago about doing a big cornhole tournament. He's big into cornhole, so they're doing a cornhole tournament from like 1 to 8 or something in the 1 to 9. So it's a big deal. He's taking care of that all on himself. But long story short, all the money is going to the community fund. And I know the community fund was at 130 last week. They designated 50,000. ROSM is going to be, they're doing the applications, and they're going to start qualifying people. And probably next week, that money's going to start going out. I have been contacted by multiple businesses that want to bring some nice checks, probably to that event, so they can present them to us on the stage. So that's going to be, all we got to do is worry about good weather. I think everything else we feel good on. We simplified it a little bit this year. but we have a lot of organizations coming together to help to really try to get our community back to where it was and maybe even better. Sherry, go ahead. I didn't even say anything. I know you can talk too, so let her fly.
You hit all the high point. Thank you,
Okay.
Judge.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
You really hit all the high points. You know, the staff at Lakeview Park is extremely excited about showcasing all the things that it can be for our community. And one of the key points is a rallying point for unity for us all at this time. When we know friends are hurting, we know their families are hurting. And this is a great opportunity for the entire community to be able to come out and show their support for friends and family. And the key thing that this fiscal court has always done, previous fiscal court and this fiscal court, is focused on free activities for our families that are family-centric, so that every member of the family can come out and participate in something right here in your neighborhood. You don't have to drive somewhere else to do that. And that is a key thing. And I know when we talked about economic development earlier, we talked about quality of life. What a tremendous community that you live in when it can open its arms and have free activities for you right here at home, where you're not going out, especially in May when schools are about to end and there are end of school activities and so many things going on, and you're ready to start your Memorial Day holiday. There's a great opportunity to do it here. So we're focusing on local food vendors. I've been calling, Jenny's been calling. Local breweries are going to be there. Local bourbon distillers are going to be there. So this 3 hours is going to be action-packed. And if you miss it, you've really missed out, because you've missed helping a neighbor, but you've missed out on a lot of fun too.
And I do want to say, one of the things we decided early on is to invite all the city officials also. So we've reached out to the mayor, the manager, assistant manager, all the city commissioners, and we are really urging them to be there to show unity, that we are all in this together, city and county. There's no divisions, and we need to raise as much money as we can for this community. So I'm personally going to be reaching out to everybody individually in the next couple of days. I talked to the mayor yesterday, brought him up to speed. I said, this is, they're letting us use their stage, so it is a true community effort here. So hopefully everybody in this community can show up, can donate if they have the means to do it, and just have a good time. There'll be people there that are still hurting, I'm sure, because, what they're going through, but this is our time to kind of shine together. So that's what I have. Alrighty, let's keep moving. Let's go ahead and jump down into number 2, authorization for approval of minutes from a regular meeting of April 16th, 2025. Any questions, comments on that? Alrighty, seeing none, we're going to move on to the minutes from our April 17th, 2025.
Judge, I'm concerned on this one. We said we took no action, but in fact, the court made many decisions that we're going to finally approve, but I still think that something should be referenced about the changes we made to the budget at that meeting. No action is not quite
Mr. County
correct.
Attorney, I thought you spoke on this last time.
I brought it up that time too, I understand, but the minutes are a little different, so.
All right. Are we okay?
I think by statute, when action is taken, that's when you're taking votes and doing things such as that, and that's what needs to be referenced pursuant to the statute. So,
I'll keep voicing my concern that we don't include enough in our minutes. But.
Okay. Alrighty, this next item we're going to pull. The jailer called me today and they still had some things to work out, so please disregard that one for now. Number 4 has been pulled from the agenda.
So it's been tabled at this point?
Yeah. Huh? Okay, we'll do a motion to table it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Alrighty. Mr. Akers, there you go. Sorry you had to sit through a couple hours. Hopefully you learned something.
Yeah.
I guess hopefully everybody did.
Yeah.
So, how's the district doing?
District's doing real good. There's a few things that we done in the last couple months. One of them was a scrap, with the cleanup days. That went real well. We also had tree giveaway, we gave away, I think, a little over 1,000 trees, so
Nice.
that
Yeah.
went real good. Of course, right now, our fiscal year starts in June 1st and goes around till, May 31st. So a lot of our programs are starting to wrap up right now, and then we'll start them again come July 1st. So there'll be a lot of sign-ups going on for, cost share, and then the urban cost share. We've had a lot of people sign up for the urban cost share, so that's been really good. Let's see, it's pretty much, we're still doing all of our regular cost shares, but one thing we did do different this year is we are providing, people can come in and do soil samples free of charge. So you can go through the extension office, just bring it in, and we pay for it.
Oh, nice.
So, and that could be, urban gardens, anything. So that's one of the new things. Other than that, anybody got any questions on the budget or the plan of work, or?
Is there anything you all need from us? Because I look at this as a partnership between the Conservation District and the Fiscal Court. Do you all think of anything you need from us, or are you all okay?
No, I think everything's been pretty smooth.
Okay. I was hoping you were going to say that. I thought I'd ask,
No, we appreciate everything. And like I say, we appreciate all you all. So, but everything right now is going pretty smooth.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. As always, thanks you so much for coming. Appreciate that time.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about what an individual might need to bring in for soil sampling who may not be familiar, and do they need to call first to let them know that they're coming, or just come with it? Because it is important with gardening season getting ready to kick off, it's really important.
So mostly, a good soil sample is about 6 inches.
Okay.
So you can take a probe, you can take a shovel, anything, just get about 6 inches deep. And then just a little bag, and anytime the extension agent or extension office is open, they'll take it. And then they'll fill out your name, and you'll probably, I don't think they mail them anymore. I think they'll give you an email, and it comes up and shows you what all you need. So.
Okay, great, thank you.
Should that sample be taken in several different spots?
If you've got a big field, I would suggest you take it in several spots, and then mix the dirt together, and and bring it in. But that's really a good tool. It keeps you from putting too much nitrogen down. And of course, if you put too much down, you know where it goes. It goes into the water. So, but yeah, it's a real good tool.
Good deal. We appreciate you being with us tonight. Everything you all do, please pass on the good word to everybody on that board.
I will. Well, thank you all.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Duke, you trying to spend some money on us?
Yes, sir.
He got a smile now, look at him. Do you want to get a little background information, or you want me to?
You go right ahead, sir.
Yeah, I figured you'd say that. So basically, as part of the road department bid, then Jim Codell apologized. He threw out one of those meetings that they could just reskin that existing mechanic building. When it came to it, they realized they couldn't just skin it because of engineer reasons. So I believe a couple of magistrates, maybe the two sitting over there, had said something to Duke, because another option when we're looking at that project is just knocking it down and building a new pole barn. So basically, we've talked to Codell about just crediting us the money back, what they had for reskinning that building, and here we are.
Yeah.
Is that good enough?
Yeah, so we're just requesting to, for the court to approve us, put it out for bids.
Yep.
And then, see what we get back and take action from there.
So
I
basically,
think it'd be a lot better. I never did like the idea of reskinning that building anyway, but.
So basically, you all would take it down, you're proposing, you all take it down, we can scrap all that steel, so there'll be a little bit of money there.
Right,
And
then
then
it'd be
you would
built
use
right
the
back.
existing pad
Yes.
to build the pole barn on, correct?
That's correct.
Well,
The
make sure-
pad's in good shape, so.
Yep.
I think at the end that we'll have a whole lot better building.
Okay.
That one's just in such bad shape. The metal's on, it's rusted, the insulation's falling off of it, it's just a
More
mess.
work than I think anybody anticipated. Squire Tanner, you had your hand up, sir.
I did. I noticed in this building, there's no request for any electrical service at all, so we're gonna wire it ourselves, we're gonna have any lights in it or not? What's your thought?
My thought was to address that, after we see what we
Not
get
put
back
that
on
in- Not
these.
to put that in the bid at all, and
Well, most building contractors don't,
They don't do electric.
they won't do electric. They'll be,
They just do the building and the insulation on.
and I
But
don't think
ultimately-
that's not gonna be a huge expense anyway, because we don't need anything real elaborate as far as electric goes on it.
But ultimately, this building's gonna be used for storage,
That's correct.
right? I mean, it's gonna be, keep things out of the weather.
It's a shed, right?
Yeah, well, it's a full pole barn.
Got a shed.
Yeah, it'll have a shed,
Yeah.
open shed on the side of it.
On the side of it, but it'll be a closed, pole barn, so yeah,
Yeah.
but I think the thought, even when we're gonna reskin it, was, it's just a
It's gonna
place
be
to
for
store
storage,
things.
that's correct.
Yeah.
We've got a couple truckloads of, high dollar forms that's sitting out in the weather right now that we need to get under roof.
Okay. Looks like you have another thing on here. Next. Just you? County Road Aid?
Yes, and that, I think is Belinda taking care of that?
She's right out the back door there. She just walked by. She probably doesn't know we're up to this yet. If you wanna holler at her again, unless you wanna go with it. Here she comes.
You're on.
Oh, they've been goofing off. Here comes both of them. Okay. Duke
Well,
can
it's
go
just a
with it then.
yearly,
Yeah.
renewal, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So I think this is pretty much what we put through every year, so.
Yeah.
Any questions on this?
Nothing's changed.
Yep. Duke, thank you.
You're welcome.
Alrighty, next I believe this is Autumn. How are you doing this evening, Autumn? First, I want to say thank you for all you and your team's help during these last couple weeks. It's been a little rough ride on a couple things, but we figured it out together, and I appreciate you and your team coming in with suggestions about how it could be better and things like that, so
Thank you.
thank you.
So I'm here to request authorization to issue an RFP for the development of workforce housing. Franklin County owns 2 acres of property at 501 Holmes Street, and this RFP is seeking experienced affordable housing and mixed-use development teams with the demonstrated capability to design, build, and manage workforce/affordable rental housing to serve the public good. We also expect that they will include in their proposals space for on-site wraparound services like classrooms, community center space, playgrounds, green space, that sort of thing, with the expectation that the county will operate those services or local nonprofits that we're partnering with, and then the, right, yeah, no, sorry, no.
Sherry just looked at me like, what the hell is going on here?
But that we will work with local nonprofits to provide those services in this space that has been designed by whoever is designing the space. The idea that those services could include things like access to mental health, financial literacy education, childcare, and classrooms. The RFP anticipates that the county will provide the property for development in the form of a long-term 50-plus year lease for a nominal amount, and that we will provide a budget of up to $25,000 to help offset fees for permitting, for water and sewer tap fees with the city of Frankfort. The RFP requests that the proposal include 30 to 50 units at that workforce housing level, which is like 80 to 120 AMI, and recommends that it include multiple unit mixes and a variety of architectural styles and that sort of thing. So that means that we would be looking for not only 1-bedroom units, but also 3 or 4-bedroom units, a mixture of those types of things. This is really coming out of the housing study that was conducted back in 2023, which found that there was a gap for housing availability and affordability in our community for those sort of workforce housing, middle income earners who are looking for housing that meets the affordable standard, which is about 30% of your income being spent on your housing costs. So that's where this is coming from. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Before I start, I want to say thank you. I especially want to thank Squire Dykes and Deputy Jack Kennedy for working on this. This is something we've been talking about probably for a couple of years now, but the whole thought was, since we had that property and we were building a new road department, we would use that lot, which has been huge, as we build that road department. So this is all kind of part of where we've hopefully been heading. So Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you also for being with us. So, has there been any thought given to making any of the units available for veteran housing?
Can I
So,
answer that? Yes.
Because I didn't see that anywhere in this document.
I'm not sure how that was left out, but I will say this. It is.
I'm gonna advocate for it if
That's
it's not on the
absolutely,
table.
that's fine. Absolutely. So my hope, my vision is that not only veterans, but also people fleeing domestic violence, since we have nowhere to house them currently. People who are in recovery and doing well and working, and nobody will rent to them. All of, when we talked about this, I think what I requested was about 25% that we could set aside, and I've been told we can do that. I think, yes, veterans absolutely a part of that. We get to decide that.
Okay.
That's what I like about
I
this.
had considerable concern.
Yeah, no, I think that's a
But that
very
is a
good point.
very-
But from, and Kelly and I have met with a lot of different places and we looked at a lot of things. And the kind of consensus is you put it out there to build it and then it's, as negotiations, once bids come in, that's where you kind of lay out, this is our vision. Can you do that or not? So I think that's kind of how it was explained.
Thank you for that question, though, because I did notice.
Squire
that.
Tanner.
I do have this is just a concern on the submittal deadline. You're only giving them 30 days to make their proposal. I don't think that'd be possible, actually.
Well, I agree, but then the people that we talked to in this world said basically people wait till the last minute to get bids together. So you could do it for 60, 90, but it's really not gonna change anything. So that's kind of, we could take it to 45 if you all want to. But I don't think
I was thinking 45 days.
Okay.
I just don't see how 30 days, tomorrow's the first day of May.
Yeah. So if you all okay with that, we'll change it to 45 days. Autumn, can you make note of that, please?
Yes.
You might have more submittals.
Yeah, no, absolutely, that's a good.
Even if it
that's
is the
what-
last day, you gotta think about it.
Yeah, Squire Wisman.
I've expressed some thoughts about this, over the last couple of years in this parcel. I really want, and I don't see in here a couple of things. One, a question would be, because I don't see it particularly laid out in the RFP, if a group were interested in building a portion, could they make a bid proposal for some half of the property for so many units, knowing that another group or multiple groups come in together? There may be a situation that a for-profit entity works with a nonprofit that maybe a church or something as an instance. Is that a possibility, or were they required to respond to the objective of the whole parcel?
My thought is because it's only 2 acres, we gotta get as many forms of housing in there as we can. I do know, Richard, and I think, Squire Tanner, part of the reason we did 30 days is because the deadline is for the Kentucky housing credits and for federal funding is like August 1. So there's only a short window between now and then. So anybody's wanting to bid on this, ultimately we'll have to hire an architect, an engineer, have this thing designed, priced, and turned in by August 1. So there's a kind of a short window, we're May 1 right now. So I think that was part of the reason too, to try to shorten that, to get things moving, to get all that stuff
I
happening.
understand it getting jammed up, but they'd have an
I
opportunity.
think 45 days is still fine, but it reminded me why. Squire Wisman, did that answer your question?
No, not really, but that's fine. But you bring up another question in that regard. I want to make sure that we're not doing something, the city at the same time has already issued an RFI for a project to have a very large site, low-income housing development built, and I don't want to see us competing, city and county, for the same small pot of funding. So wanted to know if there was those conversations have happened yet.
Absolutely, multiple ones.
Privy to those. The the next thing is, this is in the middle of a neighborhood. This is a community, and I don't know if there's been any conversations with those neighbors about how they're going to be impacted or what may be built in their backyard. That needs to happen. However, that has to happen. You've got two, I think, primary single-family dwellings that are directly adjacent that something will be built in their backyard. So I want to make sure we have good communication and some respect given to the final design of what the existing neighborhood pattern and development patterns are already. We don't need to, I really have just my soapbox for a second, I have an issue with calling workforce housing and warehousing people, right? I think everyone deserves.
I did not call it that.
Yeah.
I'm from, yeah, no, that, I did not
we've
call
talked
it
about
that.
but I want to make sure that we build something that is not just warehousing people. I want to see quality of life, and those wraparound services we've all talked about are so important as part of this, so.
Yep. Squire Tanner.
Is this the same property that a group come in here wanted $1 million to put property back 6 months ago? It's county property on,
This is our property on Home Street where we've been storing all these.
I thought that was the property that you all advocated at and was trying to get $1 million grant.
No, he was advocating, he said I'll throw $1 million at it.
We wanted.
I was just saying, I just wanted to make sure it's the same piece of
No,
property.
that was just for low-income housing, which I still want to do, but.
Okay. Autumn, thank you very much. You have another?
And I want to thank Penny because she was very helpful and instrumental.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to throw that out there.
Alrighty, Belinda, I believe this is your next one. I've had some questions from a couple magistrates on this, so I know representatives here, so we should be able to answer all questions. So, good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you doing?
Okay.
Good. This is a professional services contract with ER Assist to help us maximize recovery of all funds we're eligible to receive from FEMA due to flooding. It includes a task order that for hourly billing not to exceed $50,000 for hazard mitigation and similar. Y'all.
It's been a day.
Girls,
Keep
the
going.
same.
We're all
task
there. Keep
order.
going.
So good.
Nobody's judging.
But I feel it. Not to exceed $150,000 for disaster response and recovery services. These costs are eligible for FEMA reimbursement, and Fiscal Court will be responsible for 13%. So FEMA reimburses 75, the state pays 12, the county pays 13. ER Assist has a state master agreement for disaster aid services, and as the judge mentioned, Erin McCauley is here to answer any questions you may have. She's with ER Assist.
So, yeah, I'm gonna say a couple words real quick. So basically, during this whole disaster, literally disaster, one of the things that came out of it is when emergency management from the state and kind of governor's office and everybody, there's like, you all need to hire somebody to do your paperwork. That's not what you do. You don't understand it. And I just want to throw a quick example out there. So when Erin came in to meet with us, it was last Friday, and it just so happens we were running payroll at the same time, not we, but them, Vicky. And she had a question for Jack. Jack looks at me and we're like, we're not sure. So Vicky says, well, this is how I was told to do it through emergency management or somebody. And Erin sat right there and she's like, if you do it that way, you're not getting reimbursed for all that labor. That's the wrong way to do it. So even in our, I'm gonna call it interview, I guess, meeting, she was already helping the county. So one of my biggest questions to Erin was, so your fees and your company fees, have they ever not been refunded? Because this is a FEMA thing. She said, no, never. They've always been refunded. So yes, there's money out of pocket, but I think everyone needs to realize how much money and tracking and expenses are out there right now that the county's liable for and that ultimately is going to pay for. And it will probably take a year or more to get reimbursed. I've talked to Amy about this. I mean, this is just part of a disaster. So I just want to lead off with that. So Erin, please stand up, introduce yourself, and we'll, if you want to say anything, and then we can do questions, whatever you want to do.
Yeah,
this
hi.
This is new to everybody.
Okay, my name's Erin McCauley and I work for ER Assist. So I know that you guys are just going through this for the first time. This is what I do every day. So I've worked in Western Kentucky and Eastern Kentucky, helping with both the tornadoes and the historic flooding that we had in both those areas. And I just so happen to live here in Frankfort. So I'm happy to help my community this time. You know, obviously everywhere in Kentucky is also my community, but I'm here to help Frankfort this time, Franklin County. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. One thing that I just want to clarify is there is a cost share on reimbursement for public assistance as far as you know, the projects that we submit, but my fee is 100% reimbursable, so there will not ultimately be a fee from my services.
All right, questions? Barry Wisman.
What I'm seeing, and I just want to verify if you will, is 3 independent charges. Is that correct? It looks like we have a 200,000, or is that the total? We have the 150,000 for disaster response and recovery services, and then a 50,000 for hazard mitigation. It's 200 total for those 2 elements, or is that right?
Yeah, so there's the contract and then there's the 2 task orders. So we are able to hire subcontractors, including licensed professionals like engineers and architects and so forth under our contract, and so that would be a part of one of those task orders. The other one for hazard mitigation is for another program that is available through Kentucky Emergency Management that is funded through FEMA, and that would be for additional dollars to mitigate against future disasters like tornado sirens in the county's community shelters, things like that, that we can do in addition to the public assistance services.
Okay. Gives me an idea. Thanks.
What other questions? Oh,
Judge, just all of these are backdated to April 8th. I wanted to make sure it's not something you had the right under emergency declaration to go ahead and enter these contracts, and then they need to come back to be approved, but we're just approving them for the first time. Is that right?
So we talked about that, and yes, I have the authority because we're under emergency declaration, but I thought it would be respectful if I didn't have to sign it first. So Erin, you know, and her company agreed to go ahead and already start working without a signed contract. So I have not signed the contract, and, you know, hopefully we'll.
So the 8th that we're backdating is correct still?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? And I will say, just let the court know, and this came up on Friday, I guess we had a meeting. Obviously, probably our biggest building that's been affected is our courthouse. And so we have been in meetings literally every other day about the courthouse. So we're still unsure who, what, where, things like that. So that's where Erin's gonna be pivotal in helping us navigate that, because we had a 2-hour meeting on Friday. Judges were in here again with another couple-hour meeting. AOC's here. There's a lot of moving parts. Who's doing this, who's doing that, who's paying for that. So I appreciate her and her company helping us navigate things that we've never done before, and hopefully we'll never have to do again. All righty, Erin, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Belinda, before you come back up, I'm gonna call, Melanie is here. So, I'm sorted. So, come on up. Yeah. So, this is 2-part. So this is something that we've talked about for a while. Melanie has come up with this document to share with the court. Max came to me earlier because he's been working on his own document, but he's been extremely busy with this whole courthouse debacle and everything. So we don't have that in front of you tonight. So tonight we do have this. We do have kind of finishing the budget, which is kind of the most important part of this, and then potentially we could have an agreement next meeting. Yeah. So I just wanted to kind of lay that out for everybody. So I think it was our intention to potentially have that contract also, but it's just been a little rough around here. So why don't we talk about the potential partnership between Franklin County, Parks, Fiscal Court, and your amazing place out there.
Thank you. Thank you all for having me again tonight. As Judge Mueller said, this is something that we have been talking about and working through for several years in concept. So I'm thrilled that we're getting to where we could, take some action on it is very exciting. So this is an opportunity for the county to be able to partner with Josephine Sculpture Park in a way that
you could leverage the assets of the Josephine Sculpture Park, which is the 40-acre park, which is primarily wildlands, natural wildlife habitat, in addition to our 80 artwork exhibition that happens and all our educational programming, field trips, 30,000 annual visitors, to be able to leverage those assets in a way specifically through funding opportunities to be able to increase funding and resources for the county to support all the other parks expansion or whatever else you have going on where that could connect and could help you have a greater impact. So the partnership essentially states that Josephine Sculpture Park would operate in partnership with Franklin County or Franklin County Parks. I think Max can help us figure out the language on that. And that language would then go on all the materials that the park, however we promote ourselves or the programming that we're doing. And then the county could, again, include Josephine Sculpture Park as a county park, in addition to, and a complement to Lakeview, for example, which is primarily athletic fields and golf course, more manicured types of outdoor recreation as opposed to wildlands and natural landscape. So I think that's kind of the gist of the concept. And through the arrangement, there would be things that we would do for the county and that the county would do for the sculpture park. But I think, and some of those details would be, I think, finalized with Max's input. Is that the gist?
So, well, I mean, anybody who's kind of talked to Melanie, have anything else to add to this?
I mean, I think that part of it for me is just that I love the sculpture park, but I also think it's going to be very helpful for Franklin County, or the park system that we want to have here. And I think that it will help us, the county, leverage funds, and it can help you guys leverage funds too. And it's getting harder and harder by the day, so we need those opportunities. Thank you.
Could I ask some questions about whenever I should?
Hey, go ahead.
I guess, I wasn't in on the negotiations for this at all, period. I've heard discussions about it going on. And I have 3 or 4 questions that anybody can answer, that knows the answer to. And I've gone through this and it says, this is what JSP is gonna receive the following benefits. We're gonna pay the park $50,000, and we're gonna do in-kind services such as ground maintenance, driveway repairs as needed, park provide corporate support, golf carts, porta potties, at least 2 times a year, multi-year agreement, sustainable. Anyway, has anybody determined how much that would cost other than the $50,000? Mowing the yard, blacktop in the driveway?
They're not you're not mowing.
They already have a mowing contractor that's
It's
going
not
to
mowing.
So then what is that? What is that then? The ground
driveway.
maintenance is what?
Well, I think that's, again, something that needs to be ironed out, but it's definitely not mowing. And this is a draft that has been in progress and has evolved over like several years. So
Well, I've only been here for a year and a half.
I understand. My point is that exact word may be a remnant from a previous draft, since this has been revised several times. Can you tell me exactly where that
I think
is?
where things got a little confusing is that we didn't get the agreement finished before tonight. So I'm almost looking at this like a work session, but when it comes to finishing, so,
So we should.
I'm gonna table
We
this.
should, you're gonna table this.
Yeah, because this is an actual contract, but I guess what I'm getting at is if the interest and the majority of the court want to do this, we at least need to have it in the budget. Because we're trying to finish the budget later in
But
this
there's some
meeting.
other agreements that I
Yeah.
question too, actually.
Well, you can go ahead and ask them now, let's get it.
But first of all, I don't wanna think that, I don't appreciate the park and what it does, because
I
I've
don't
been
take it
there.
that way.
I don't understand art. I could be sitting by the Mona Lisa and just look at pictures of me. So, but anyway, there's a lot of other things that I know you do a great, but you all are gonna you maintain your autonomy and continue operating as an independent. You're gonna retain the ownership, you're gonna continue to manage the property. One staff, this is what bothers me more than anything, one staff person shall sit on the board as an ex officio non-voting member. So we're gonna pay $50,000, we're gonna maintain the ground, and we're going to provide the other stuff.
You're not
And then-
maintaining the ground, just to be,
Well,
just to be
okay, take
clear.
that out.
Let's take that out. Let's take that
Okay.
out, yeah.
Then we're gonna provide golf carts and porta potties at the special meetings, and we're not gonna have a voting member. You have a member, but not voting. And of course, the insurance is shared, that's fine. I just going through those things, and they popped up in my mind. Those questions hadn't been answered to me, because it's
So ultimately, your question is that if we're a true partner, why don't we have a say at a board meeting? Is that what the question is?
Well, that's one reason. We're gonna have somebody there, we ain't gotta vote.
Yeah.
Ain't no need of going if you ain't gotta vote.
Well, I think the intention there was that we wanted to have open lines of communication so that people at the county knew what the parks programming was, knew what our operations were, and in exchange, we also knew what was going on at the county. So if we were gonna partner on a community event, then we all just kind of know what everybody's doing. That was the intention. And I believe it says one staff person, there's like several options here. They can sit on the board, they can be an advisory board member, we could have a separate committee. I could report at parks meetings or county meetings. That's again, one of those details that it's gotta work for both parties, which is why there's several options in here. Some conversations, were that they don't, somebody doesn't need to show up at board meetings, for example. But other input was, I don't want to have a separate committee either. So I think it's open to, what serves both parties the best, and which is why there's several options here.
Well, I'm sure your incorporation papers determine how many board members you have, probably. I don't know how.
Minimum of 3 is what it states.
Minimum of 3. So would they have to be changed to add one from the county if they don't vote?
No, there's
But
no
they-
maximum number, so we could
Well,
have,
you wouldn't have to change your incorporation
No.
papers
not at all.
to do that.
No.
I would've, well, they wouldn't, that probably ain't very hard to do anyway. Anyway, I just had those questions,
Oh,
and
sure.
to me, it's an asset to this county, but I don't know, it's gonna, you're asking, and we need to figure out what our benefit's gonna be. Because we're gonna spend more than $50,000 at best.
And we can put a limit on that, we can figure out what that might be. I mean, what we've discussed mostly in the in-kind service is repair to the driveway. And I don't have a number for what that would be. I haven't gotten an estimate on that in the last several years. So that would be and that would be something that you'd do one time and probably never have to do again.
Does
You know what I
repair
mean?
mean, does repair mean, blacktop?
Yeah, it's
Just
blacktop, but not
blacktop.
replacement. Patch, there's a ton of potholes out there. It's pretty embarrassing,
I
to be
can't
quite
remember the
frankly.
last time, I remember going, I don't remember the road.
Yeah, well, honestly, in the last 2 years, it's degraded tremendously. That's the original blacktop that was put down in the 60s by my grandparents. So it's seen a lot more use since the sculpture park has opened. And in the last 2 years, with the amount of rain, I think the ground underneath the road has just degraded, and it's starting to come through the blacktop. So there's areas that could be patched. I definitely am not asking, and have explained this, I'm not asking or expecting to replace the driveway, just like patch some potholes with extra blacktop they got to dump somewhere.
If I might ask the county attorney to maybe tie that down a little bit when you draw up the contract, because, when we're talking about in-kind services such as, and this is just a draft, I know this is not the document, but ground maintenance, which she said that's off the table, but you could be talking about painting a barn out there, or you could be talking about a lot of things. And that needs to be cleared up somewhere,
Yeah.
because that's probably got lead paint all over it. And we don't want to get into the middle of that either.
We've repainted it. It doesn't, that's all that's all happened.
And that's some of the direction
Since
I
the
need
park.
in drafting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we're
And
here.
so to just say, hey, draft a MOU, that's
Yeah.
somewhat what we're doing here is getting that information as far as putting all that together, and like she said, something that works for everybody. And so, doing things such as that, so if there's maintaining the drive, or, helping to upgrade the driveway, including things such as, but not to completely redo the driveway. I mean,
Yeah.
so if that's the will of the court, and, we can talk about all that, so.
Definitely.
Well, I think this is me personally, I'm not speaking for anybody except me. I do understand the benefits of that park out there. It's about brings people, especially our children going out there, and people like me who don't understand art. I just go out there, and it's nice to get out of the house.
Absolutely.
So, but it seems to me like my job here is to make sure that we're not signing an open-ended contract with, and I know you got good intentions and will do the right thing, but sometimes if it's written down, it's better than not be written down.
And we can get that worked out through Max, and like I said, we'll table this tonight, but most of it for us is, I think Squire Sebastian had her hand up first.
It's okay, you can let
All right,
everybody.
Squire Blackburn.
I was just, when we're talking about the driveway, we could have our road superintendent go out and take a look at
Yeah.
it, give us an assessment. But one thing I'm wondering about, and I think a lot of people don't understand, partnership with assets to increase funding, and maybe that's something our grant
Belinda
writer
could talk on.
could talk about and explain to where we can maybe get a better understanding of that.
And I think what comes, come on up, Linda, but what comes to mind for me, obviously, is our park master plan, where we have that huge amphitheater there in Lakeview that we all have a desire to build. And so, Belinda, we've talked about that as far as being able to use some of her statistics.
And we don't have a presence on the west side either.
Yeah, well, that's true too.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Yeah, go ahead, Belinda.
I just think, there's not a specific grant in mind at the moment, so I can't give you very specific parameters, but I think the overall point is it increases our attendance, the type of services that we provide, the type of activities we provide, and as she mentioned, instead of just all manicured sports fields, now we have, different kind of environment, and all of that thing, when you add it all together, gives us a more well-rounded park system, and the more well-rounded you are, the better your attendance you have, the more attractive your applications are. When people are looking at us, is this a good place to put our money, someplace that would be successful in different types of programming and with more attendance and public use, if that is kind of what you were getting at.
Our grant writer just said the comment that I was going to make. The key thing is this will be an affiliation, a confederation into our park system that will offer us, as we saw in our Lakeview Park Master Plan or our County Parks Master Plan, it talked about a diversity of programming that the confines of the 126 acres that we have at Lakeview couldn't accommodate all the requests and the desires of our community, which led us to, in my phrasing of it, is 502-421. That's what I'm calling the other property that we own. And that offers us an ability to spread some of the programming that our communities ask for, but this offers us another opportunity to, again, add a different perspective and a diversity of cultural programming to what we have here. And it really brings the entire community together if you're putting a shell around it all.
It helps us accomplish our plan.
Exactly. That's exactly what it gets to. And so it's a really nice confederation affiliation. Do I need to?
No, I'm laughing at Penny. She couldn't sit still on this, and I forgot she was still here. Come on, Penny, hop up here. Go ahead and jump in.
I'm stopping.
Part of the conversation. It's all economic development, right?
Well, I just wanted to echo
Yeah.
what Sherry said, and I want to, tourism is economic development.
Yes, it is.
And this is a diversity of tourism which is rooted in the history of Franklin County. We are makers, we are artists, we are creators.
in Kentucky, and especially, we have a deep history of arts and culture in Franklin County. This is about as Frankfurt as it gets. And when you pair that with wildlands and free play, which is something, wildlands are not offered in our park system very often. We do have several other spaces of wildlands, but wildlands are where families can go to de-stress, to explore, to learn, to understand the natural world. I think it is such a benefit for this, was the word confederation? Yeah, that, it's a beautiful description, because I can't wait to talk about this as not only a community asset, but as part of our county park system. I think it sweetens every application that we have. And I do believe that the Economic Development Investment Agency will return and offer grants again at some day for things like amphitheaters. And if we have an application which will then have, we have the 40-acre Wildlands Park, we have the second largest sculpture park in the southeast United States, you know, that's a driver. So I urge you to dig into the details, but I believe our benefits will be derived from economic development, from tourism, and from leaning into what is authentic, Squire Wissman, about our county. I mean, I hope you agree that this is what is authentic about our county. And so I think it's really great for economic development and tourism.
Thank you, Penny. Squire Sebastian.
I was just going to say, being in Jefferson County over the last couple of days, Joe Creason Park, this is a very good example. Joe Creason Park is a wildlands park, really in the Trevelyan Way, really nice area close to Bellarmine College, a great place for free play for families. And there is a move by the park system now to change it into kind of a pickleball arena. And so it's going to take the aspect of free play and change the culture of parks there and take one of one away from the park system. And so there's a huge movement there to come to the Parks Board to say, you know, you can find a place for another pickleball court in other places where you have them. Don't take one of one away because you're lessening the park system. And here what we're trying to do is expand and grow the park system into something that gives the opportunity for everyone to come out and in a free family opportunities. We put that stake in the ground a long time ago, and we all rally around that.
But if you think about, sorry, Squire Whistle, let me say this one thing, because I didn't see your hand up. If you think about Franklin County, and like today, I was at the groundbreaking of that new school, and I talked about 2 reasons people move to a community. It's quality of life, and it's our school systems. So them building a new school system is a great thing. But think about this court here, we've been in 2.5 years roughly. And right now we have Lakeview Park at 126 acres, I believe. We potentially could add the sculpture park to our resume. We will be adding, I think we close next week hopefully, on that other property that's going to put $440,000 into an account to start the 3rd park. So we're literally in 2.5 years, we're taking Franklin County from the original park that Bob Arnold started to 3 parks, 3 amazing parks. And potentially, we have somebody looking to do soccer fields, 100 acres on the west side of town. I mean, so potentially, by the end of this term, this court would have literally built a park system that takes most community decades to build. So that's what I've been thinking about, and that is massive, massive. Squire Whistle.
Well, Judge, since I, before I even was sitting in this seat, I've talked about the need for park spaces to represent the community, right? The diversity of the community, and forever the focus of this community and many has just been sporting activities at the loss of every other intangible but yet very tangible element of the community. So, you know, adding the sculpture park and other amenities will finally recognize the culture, diversity, history, natural landscape, all of those elements of our community that we've been far too long overlooking, which in my mind are some of the drivers for what people are looking for in communities now to stay, retain, or move to. So with that said, Melanie, you know I'm fully supportive.
Thank you.
But of course, there's a lot of things that we need to work on. I think I was going to say to have an agreement tonight, even if we had got an agreement, was far too early. We need to have a public conversation about this. I want to be able to say why I'm supportive of this, and the gist of it in the long run, I think, is to help support what you've built and you and your team, which is incredible, but it's exhausting and somewhat finite to go out and fundraise every dollar, right, to keep something operational.
Yes.
At some point, the public needs to adopt what it values to help sustain those things. So I'd asked you a couple months ago when you made a presentation if you could work on getting us some sort of tangible numbers and economic development numbers, and I think Panita's going to help with that.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that before we take a vote formally on
Okay.
exactly what the sculpture park means in dollars and cents in tourism and draw regionally, nationally, all of those things to our community, what it really means to put our hat on that one when the inevitable happens that citizens in our community will argue about why this was a good or a bad investment, that we have something to rebut and to inform them, simultaneously if they are not supportive. And then conversely, I'd really like to see some, I'm thinking right now we all have a pretty good relationship and Melanie's at the helm, but any of us could be hit by a bus tomorrow. I'm thinking about future courts and when priorities shift, how we protect things. So I'm thinking in those terms as we negotiate an agreement that we really need to include some review of the park's assets, your all's operations every year prior to renewal of agreements. I would love to see, just so we've had an instance where one nonprofit in town, the money, and it's been brought up several times, sort of squandered away, and then the court was left holding a bag a little bit more than anyone wanted to. So if we could have some type of agreement about some updates and, benchmarks for fundraising, that kind of thing, so that there isn't a situation where we need to sustain the livelihood of something in the future, that we can get proactive ahead of that. And then to mimic some of Squire Tanner's comments, just really defining a little bit more exactly what the expectations are. I remember when a community event started downtown a few years ago here, and there was a request from the city and the county to pay $5,000 towards creating that event. Well, then there was an expectation of staff support over at the city that ended up being something like an additional $200,000 the first year of staff support, time, materials, waste disposal, all kinds of things that was never considered at the upfront. That event is doing well now, so maybe it was well established because of that. But some of that creep that happens really needs to be defined a little bit more. And your agreement talks about how we can expand beyond the existing parks footprint to integrate some of the programs in some of the other county park spaces. And I hope that we're going to have, beyond what the judge has talked about, I have some priorities. I want Red Bridge and Schweitzer Bridge, among many other things, to be additional county parks in the future, as well as many integrated trail systems and rail trails and so on, and maybe even a couple of historic bridges. That seems to be a topic of discussion right now. So, just if we can define a little better what those expectations are, and I think that really needs to be a meeting independently or with the whole court maybe to flesh out some of those. But I'm imagining that it is exactly sort of what your budget details and where there may be gaps in the future if programs are not funded by fundraising initiatives, what the expectation would be in terms of this court for the contribution to have so many minimum events per year, public access defined, what that looks like, times and days, and that kind of thing that isn't part of the scope right now. But if funding, we don't know what the future brings, funding may dry up at some point and we have limited hours, what does that look like? What do we get for our contributions? Is what I'm saying. So you know where I'm going.
Sure, yes,
Sorry
definitely.
to talk a lot, but thanks.
That's okay. I wanted to kind of get back to Squire Tanner's question that I think maybe helps provide some tangible kind of values. The annual operating budget of the sculpture park is just over $650,000 a year. So
for $50,000, which is less than 10% of our operating budget, you would be able to leverage the asset of the entire park. So what it would cost the county to manage a 40-acre park like we do would be over $650,000 a year as compared to the $50,000 investment that we're requesting.
Well-
In addition to the land, the value of the land, if you were running your own park, which is about $2 million.
Well, I never thought that the county could provide the expertise to run a program like this.
Well, thank you. That is an added value to.
No disrespect, Charlie.
Yeah, totally not. Charlie and I are good friends and partners
To me,
in many ways, but
a golf
that's another
cart-
asset.
A golf cart and a golf club is art to me. Okay? So, I wouldn't expect the county to ever venture into trying to run a sculpture park, period. We may have people qualified, but I know
That's
where
what we're
one
here
of them
for.
is not.
Yeah.
I know where one sitting that is not qualified. But my job is to try to watch out for counties' $50,000 and what we're gonna get back for, and the other things we've offered. I'm certainly not trying to run the park, but, what I saw technically intangible, we was gonna have, and this is all, Mac's gotta finish it. And I just what I would like to see him finish is things that are hardcore, like he's talking about. I may get hit by a bus, or you may get hit by one, and this whole thing go to pot. But, and it needs, if it's written down, then it won't.
I agree, 100%. It needs more.
So that's,
clarity.
it's where it needs to be. It just needs to be clear.
Of course.
I prefer us to have a voting member rather than a non-voting member, but I don't know who that would be.
I don't either, and I think
guess
it's
it
kind
would
of,
be Charlie. I don't know.
that
Who
would be a question maybe for an attorney also. That was recommended from a conflict of interest standpoint, and, again, some of those things are above my
Maybe
pay
it should
grade
be
because I'm
just
not an attorney either, but
Maybe the word shouldn't be staff and it should be member, appointed member.
for sure, yeah.
Melanie, thank you. Oh, we got more,
I
sorry.
just want to add one thing.
Go back.
I would even entertain the thought of,
Microphone, please. Thank you.
I would even want to entertain the thought, as we're hashing this out and making this MOU, that Melanie or a representative from Josephine would sit on the park committee.
Yeah, we have talked about that, absolutely. Her or one of her staff members
Yeah.
would, yes.
When we had the last kind of meeting, Squire Donkus was there, the judge and I were there, trying to at least advance some information to the court, because that's really what we're trying to do, is advance information to the court. There were a lot of things that we discussed, like number of programs that the county could host there at the park and utilize the space, membership on the committee, and correlation because of the affiliation, so that we all understand programmatically what's going on, because the face of Franklin County will be attached to that, for good or for bad. So those kind of things, to some of the points you all have raised, are definitely things that we need to get out there that this doesn't address, but it needs to. So this is more, as the judge said, to give the court an idea of what that affiliation and confederation would look like for budgeting purposes, so that it gives our county attorney the time to walk through all the things that everybody's brought up tonight to make sure that they're in the document, which is exactly to your point.
Is there a hand up over here? Oh, Squire.
Melanie, the last meeting that we didn't take action, but we did, we allocated numbers, put $10,000 as an earmark in the budget that we're looking at tonight. I'm wondering about, 50,000 was the request. Is there a negotiating point that there's a certain minimum that needs to be financed through this court to entertain this, or is there a entry level that we can work on in the future? What is your expectation, or your board's expectation, I guess?
I think the 10,000 request, has been our annual request through the charitable support of nonprofits. That support directly supports programming at the sculpture park, the symphonic stroll, field trips, that kind of thing, concerts, artists in residence. This $50,000 request is not, we did not submit that through the charitable support that the county gives, because this was seen, well, two things. One is, this is for general operations, not programmatic support, so it's totally different money and would support, staff, our mowing, utilities, grounds and maintenance, that kind of thing. But it was also because we were thinking about this as part of the park's expansion and not as charitable giving. This was more of an economic development initiative, supporting tourism and expanding parks, and so they would be two separate. I mean, that's why I didn't ask for 50. This is a partnership agreement, not a request for support of our nonprofit,
So
if that makes sense.
You're getting to what I was trying to get to, that there would still maybe be a need for this court to support some of those programmatic things that we've supported in the
Yes.
past. In addition
That
to
would be
this
my
agreement,
request, yeah.
To sustain the park indefinitely and build
Yes.
upon well, quite frankly, the way I'm looking at it is if we need to take on some portion of the financing of the operation, so you can work on some important things like creating an endowment that sustains it in
Thank you,
perpetuity.
yes, and we are working
Yeah.
on that. But yes, that would, that is part of this, is that the park, for the 16 years we've been in existence, has raised the money to grow and sustain ourselves every single year. None of that funding is guaranteed. It's grants, it's donations, it's sponsorships from local businesses. A lot of it we anticipate getting each year based on the previous year, but for us to be able to continue to meet the needs of the community, we have got to secure some sustainable revenue that we know we can count on every year. And I feel like we have invested in our community for 15 years as a nonprofit, and we started with nothing except family support and community support. And so now I feel like we've proven ourselves, and we've continued to grow and meet the needs of the community as that has expanded and evolved. And now we're asking for the county to invest in us also in a sustainable way that will enable us to be able to grow and meet the needs of the people who live here and the people that we want to bring to live here. So.
Well, thank you for it obviously, you and many others, but you all dedicating your own person, your lives to the project. I come from that nonprofit world. You don't get return on investment on the hours you put in, right? That it wouldn't be in existence without you, so.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have a question, just so I know how to proceed, as multiple things have been thrown out as far as potentially having meetings to flesh this out, potentially having court sessions to flesh this out. When we first started the discussion, it was for me to have the agreement done by the next meeting. If we're talking about multiple meetings and park committee meetings and everything else, I just need to know how to proceed, as we talked about.
In theory, I don't think we're in a huge rush for that. I mean, ultimately, we're talking about money tonight for the proposed budget. So I think you're absolutely right. If we need to sit down and have more meetings with the court and Melanie and things, that's gonna take some time. So it will not be next meeting.
Okay, so,
We could,
but I can start getting the bones of the
Yeah,
MOU
we can,
together. It could potentially be talked at a park.
And I'm
committee.
available
we can put
anytime.
numbers in the budget, that don't mean you have to spend them.
That's exactly right, yeah. I mean, that's basically where we are
Okay.
Yeah.
tonight, so.
I just needed to know,
Yeah.
and so then are we, I guess, tabling this to a future meeting to be
Yeah.
determined?
Yeah.
Okay.
You okay
Just,
with that?
I want to know where everybody is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Thank you, Mel.
Great. Thank you all so
Alrighty.
much.
Thank you.
All right, Belinda, come on back up.
I'm ready. So this is a resolution authorizing the filing of an application to the Transportation Cabinet for reimbursement of the cost for the Board of Education to transport non-public school students. I spoke with both Amy and Jack about this, and this is historically a grant program that the county participates in each school year. The Board of Education sends us an estimated cost each year, And they're currently working on confirming and updating the estimate before I send in the application, if you all choose to move forward. And then at the end of the school year, they send us an invoice, which we pay, and then we request reimbursement from the cabinet. And it has been a wash every year. So we're asking Fiscal Court to approve application to the grant program. So if it makes sense, it's kind of a two-prong approach. I send a letter saying we're intending to do this for next school year, and at the same time, we'll also be getting an invoice next month for this school year, which we'll then send in for reimbursement. So we're working on this year and next year both through this.
Hey, Belinda, I'm just curious, how does that number compare to what we did last year? Do you remember?
Last year, the 23-24 school year was 31,304, and the estimate for this year is 33,305. So it's pretty close. And I should have an updated estimate for next year by the end of this week, but I don't have to send all that in until June. So what I have to send now, after you all approve this, is just a letter saying we do intend to apply for this again next year.
Any questions from Belinda on this? All righty, next.
This is me too, isn't it?
Yes.
This is my bridge.
So this is authorization to apply for the County City Bridge Improvement Program grant through the state. And we'd like to use the grant application for the Farmers Lane Bridge. This bridge is the only access point to the Farmdale subdivision, and it is currently rated as substandard with a posted weight limit of 17 tons. If awarded, the grant will pay for the construction cost to preserve the bridge, and the county will be responsible for the design and engineering cost. There's not any anticipated right-of-way or utility costs with this project. And so we're asking for Fiscal Court's permission to apply for the grant, and do come around to help in case y'all have any questions about this in particular.
So you weren't here yesterday before we take questions, and Jack and I were in a meeting with HMB about something else. So we brought this up. And my question to them was, why do we need you all to do this when we have Belinda?
Right.
They answered it very easily. They said because a structural engineer has to do the application and all the legwork. So
Right.
we're not legally able to do
Right.
this grant application.
No one wants me doing engineering sketches for structure that people are gonna drive over. That's not good.
Well, I thought maybe Duke had a little bit of artistic in him now. So it's about $4,200 the application fee.
Yeah, and so that's the next
Yeah.
item on the agenda. But specifically, they have to provide sketches and
Yep.
applicable drawings and specification standards, as well as a very detailed cost estimate. And so that's what
He said it's
HMB is gonna do
very
for us.
detailed.
Right.
So I just wanted to add that. Squire Wisman.
Judge, I just wanted to ask, in the 4 trainings I've sit through about this fund program, there's been conversation almost every time about assessing all of your needs in the community. And I understand we have 4 weight-rated bridges, Duke said, in the community currently, that I'm concerned we need to somehow, as part of this initial application, report the whole scope of what we need. Of course, it's funding independent bridges, and this is the one that's most traveled in the county. I understand 2 bridges are in my district that need to be replaced, but there's always been that commentary out of the transportation cabinet presenter that we need to get a bit of a scope to them of the total projects that are needed, because they're using those, in the last presentation I was at just a couple months ago, they're using that information to sort of take a snapshot of the need statewide to present to the legislature to fund this program specifically. So I'm wondering if we need to somehow put a little bit more effort into, maybe HMB could help us with that, sort of an initial scope of project cost for each project that we need, the 4 bridges, that we present as part of an overall application, applying for one potentially, but having that bigger picture of the countywide need there. And I don't know, like I said, it has been a bit of a suggestion every time that I've sat in these trainings in the last 2 years that they've been talking about this program, but there's also been some vague guidance in those presentations
I didn't see anything like that in the guidance. When I did speak with the state about this, they seemed to like this one particularly because it is the only access point. And so that would make it a more favorable application. So I think that was the main reason we have selected this one. I mean, Duke can speak to that. I don't know that much about the other bridges, but they did lead me to believe that this would make our application more attractive because obviously we can't strand an entire subdivision with a substandard bridge. If it were to fail, we would really have a disaster, so.
Maybe worth a conversation, at least with
Absolutely.
the State Department and H&B potentially about if they could give us just some, I would like to know personally, just you know, what we're looking at in terms of those 4 county responsibilities of cost-wise that are inevitably coming.
Well, sure.
For
No,
us,
I
so
don't think that's a bad idea at all. I did not see that in the guidance, but I would be happy to ask them about that.
It's been some of the commentary and the questions and presentations by, I can't remember the primary person's name
Bobby
at the
Joe.
state. Yeah, Bobby Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's said that specifically her last presentation got into a little bit more in Lexington, that there was they were requesting sort of snapshot of the need per county so that they could really put together and she had a big board that she put up about the county needs, and Frankfurt was 0 because we hadn't submitted anything yet. But sort of what the snapshot was for road maintenance needs statewide, particularly in terms of bridges in this program, so.
Okay, that's good to know, okay.
All right, Belinda, next one.
Okay, so the next thing is the work order with H&B for $4,200 to prepare the grant application. I mean, as you all are familiar, we have a contract with them, but we like to do specific work orders for individual tasks, so that's what this is.
Any questions on this one? All righty, thank you. Before Amy comes up, can we take 5 minutes?
Yes.
I think everybody needs to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back here at 8:07. 5 minutes. You ready to go, Andrew? All righty, thank you very much. We are back in session. Thank you for the break, court. And now we have our treasurer, Amy Klontman, with us, so go ahead.
So this agenda item is a budget transfer. There is a change. In your packet is $58,000 to transfer from one of the jail expense line items to another. They've increased that to $100,000. They do have the money available for that transfer. Jailer Hopper sent that request in yesterday.
Is it coming out of the same fund and going into the same fund that's listed? It's just a
Yes,
different number?
yes.
Okay.
And what's, I'm sorry, what's the new number?
Microphone, please.
100,000.
Squire Sebastian, go ahead. You had your hand up.
Thank you, Judge. So what we had in our, is it for the same contracted services for SAP and SOAR? It increases from 58 to 100, or is it 58 for SAP and SOAR and the balance 42 for something else?
So they need more money in their maintenance line item. They have the money in that contracted services, SAP and SOAR. So they're asking for $100,000 to be reduced in the SAP SOAR contracted services and moved to the maintenance line item.
And it's my understanding that they just got approved for more SAP and SOAR.
They
And that
did.
probably has something to do with it. They got 80 down. So that pretty much doubles them. So I'm assuming that has something to do with it. I have not talked to them. I talked to Major LeMay, and he told me that good news. But I'm assuming that's part of it. But they do have the money in their budget.
They do.
Okay.
But Judge, I thought the allocation that we had was for the contracted services for SAP was sort of set somewhat regardless of the number of participants that are there. And I'm wondering, I'm questioning the maintenance, an increase of $100,000 when we thought we just went through all of their maintenance needs and where all those funds were going to come from for like 4 special projects. So before we do this, I'd like to have a little bit more explanation, to be honest.
I think the SAP and SOAR is $10 a head, isn't it?
Reimbursed.
Yeah.
So if you'll look at,
We can pull our budget packet.
yes,
Find it.
if you'll
right there.
look, well, not the budget packet, but the revenue and expenses.
I'm sorry, that's what I call the budget packet, my fault.
Page 8.
Exactly.
So page 8 is the jail fund, their expenses. So contracted services for the SAP program is the 035101-398. They budgeted 267.2. They have only used 41.5. So they have plenty of money in that account to move to the maintenance. And if you'll remember, at the first of the budget year, they had some, I believe it was, you'll have to help me, I believe it was concrete. There was also a leak in the roof. So those were maintenance things that they had not budgeted for. So their maintenance line is behind, but they have money within their budget to make this transfer.
Squire Blackburn.
On the revenue though, and that, we don't have that right here in front of us right now.
We do.
We're,
It's
Not in
the
this
last
packet.
2 pages, I promise. The last pages of this
It's the
is the revenue
front.
report, I
Okay.
promise, it's in here.
so when we look at the jail,
And that's on page 2 of 5. It starts at the bottom of page 2.
right? So we had like 400,000.
So
So,
it's 399, and it's 1.2.
and that is the one that I pointed out to you that
Yes.
Yeah.
they're
so-
not receiving the revenue.
So we have it in the budget in the SOAR program for an expense. We also have in the budget receiving about $1 million. And we know that's not gonna happen. So we're effectively gonna be spending money with an unbalanced account.
You're right.
But let's remember, I mean, that's not on the current jailer. I mean, that was a number that was put in there.
Right.
And we all kind of take some blame for that. But they're gonna hopefully shave about, they think they can get about 400 of that 900 back in there by the end of the year, is their hope. So yes, we will be short on that revenue line item, but it's not this jailer's fault that is like that.
regardless of whose fault it is.
No, you're right.
We still have a
Yeah.
shortage.
Yeah, you're right, absolutely. What does court want to do?
I suppose you're right, the program did start later than expected because of maintenance repairs, and there was some expense that was unbudgeted for that particular program. That was probably, if I recall, about that expense, but.
The program started late, as well as the estimate for how many people would be in that program
Yeah.
was,
But we moved it back, we moved it into the maintenance account, is that
we are,
correct?
the
What
maintenance line is
what
needing
is there
money.
The issue, is there a major, I know it's major issues out there all the time, but, seems
Is
like.
this gonna be something that stops them from getting, if we don't go in and get it fixed? I mean, does that make
Yeah,
sense?
what are we fixing?
They've got the money.
Well,
Yeah,
they,
it's kind of hard
they,
Blackburn's point, they're short too, but I understand that, but I don't,
Already short, we've got months to go.
I don't feel like they've ever asked for something that they don't necessarily need, you know, at least in our experience.
And I think your point is it something that we need to pay for? That unless we pay for that,
Then
they're not gonna get the other 40,
That's true.
residents.
If we're not gonna get them, then we have to fix the problem.
I'm fine with it.
But
Yeah,
that may
I am
not even
too.
be
I don't
what
think
they're
there's any
fixing.
option.
It may not, what they're repairing is to have anything to do with the SAP program, dormitories or whatever else, kitchen, whatever.
Well, then I don't think that's why Amy's here. She's just talking about a budget.
No, it's not.
transfer. You know, I mean, she doesn't know these answers.
I agree
so-
with that, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, in
He thought
hindsight.
she might know, but it's
Yeah,
not
no,
her
I don't
job.
think so, so, yeah.
It's their budget, they're moving it,
Yeah.
the next agenda item is your revenue and expenses as of April 25th. And we've had a lot of revenues rolling in. I'm so happy
You got smile,
about.
she's smiling. We like that, Court. We like that.
Yeah, but there's one I haven't seen yet, and I still wanna see it.
But it is,
I know. I
it's
called on it
coming.
last week. It's coming.
It's coming.
Yes,
Yeah, we
we
called
had-
last week.
It
All right,
was
thank you.
certified
Oh, it
to
was?
the clerk's office today,
Oh.
sent to the sheriff's office this afternoon.
So just that one phone call I made just made all that happen, huh?
Yeah,
Wow.
it's all you.
Somebody lost it on their desk
her
for
lips.
3 months. Oh, I know.
This is all
I
I
know. First I
said.
heard. Well, that's great news, because that's a big check.
Yes.
Any other questions on this for Amy? Okay.
All right, so this is the presentation of the proposed budget to the court. So, as you know, it has been the judge's budget, and at this point, it becomes the fiscal court's budget. So any changes to it at this point needs to be the decisions of the court. I have made changes since the last time we met. The changes that we talked about in the committee of the whole, as well as I did receive the estimate, or not, the premium. It was an estimate in the last numbers that you looked at for insurance. I have the actual premiums. I had budgeted more, so that's good. So I've dropped that down to the actual. Also, I put in the ER Assist contract for $200,000. We talked to them, it may trickle over 2 years. We may have a little bit this fiscal year as well, but I went ahead and put that full 200 in there.
So do you want, Amy, I'm asking, and you tell me what you want to do. I have just a couple things that have been talked about in this meeting that I think we need to bring back up. So is that okay if I just go literally have like 3 or 4 things?
I've got a couple of things too, and if they're not the same things, I'd like to
Okay.
give an explanation.
That's why we're here. So the first, is that okay with the court? Please do it this way?
Yeah, I think, yes.
Yeah, okay. So these are basically all the ones, except one that we've talked about tonight. So Lex Commerce came and gave that presentation tonight. I believe we had put 10 in there. What is the court's thought on their presentation, and they said typically they do $1 a person, which would in hindsight would be like 25,000. What is everyone's thoughts on that?
I'll say I like the general idea of it. I think it's a little premature to go all in. The one page that they showed was ours that actually said Georgetown. Really only list 4 websites that are pretty basic, and we're working on an economic development plan that is not finished, and once it is, I hope there's an entire rollout. But until we have that done, I feel like it's a little bit premature to market something that we don't really quite have defined just yet fully. I don't mind to support them in some way slightly, but I don't think we're quite there yet, and I think we'll be in a better position within either 6 months or a year to fully join in as a partner. But I'm also slightly concerned that, that initiative, and I remember when it came about, is really talking about Metro Lex, right? And talking about all the communities around being bedroom communities rather than full economic development partners. And the focus is, of course, Lexington as the primary incubator of economic development in those places. So if they don't come to Lexington first, then they can look at the other communities. I don't feel like we're potentially fully vested as an equal partner there just yet, and I'd like to flesh that out a little bit more with a contract and all before we put any financial capital to it.
I do think what's interesting is, as they're going through these websites and all this information, is they can literally give us how many people clicked on Franklin County. They can put the calculator in there if somebody wanted to move to Franklin County, what it would cost and things like that. So, and we all know marketing is expensive as can be, and we're probably not doing a good job with Franklin County doing that. I'm just gonna throw it out there because it's been a long meeting. I could go 15. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at, but it's completely up to what you all want to do, because I know marketing's expensive. And Eric, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think at least it shows good faith moving forward, but then we have the opportunity to put all the Kentucky State stuff in there. We have the opportunity to use that as our job board, as we're hiring positions and things like that, that would be able to reach a whole nother type of, of people out there across.
They asked for 25, is that right?
Well, they said the rule of thumb, I think city gives 25, but
$1 per person. We're a 50,000 person community, 52 almost for now at this point. So
yeah,
well, that's
15 was gonna be my thought.
So, I mean, if we gotta start somewhere, I don't think it's a bad place to start, and then we can, look at the data and see where we are from there.
I think there's some important conversations to be had, though, about, them working directly with our university. They mentioned the university, but I know they've not really had any conversations very much with KSU yet. The state government is, in their role within the whole region is a whole outlier that is maybe a little bit unique of us, so it would be nice to see them contribute potentially or support us.
Well, and I think it's good faith, it's a good starting point, and then it shows like, hey, we're trying, so what's everybody's thoughts?
I'd be okay with 10.
I thought we already had 10 in there.
We do, we have 10 in there.
We do. That's what's
We're
in
talking
there.
I
about
don't think 10's
5,000
enough, though. Yeah, I'm good with 15.
I don't know, I can go with 15 just to see. If it doesn't work out, we'll just have to back down next year.
Okay. Is that majority 15?
I'm fine with 15. I know who is at the head of our economic development.
Yeah, and Penny does work very closely with them, but
I'm certainly not 25.
Okay, so we're at 15 on that one. Okay. Alrighty, next is, then these are in no order, I'm just, my notes here. Next is Yes Card. We had Amelia Berry here. She's doing amazing things. I mean, that whole ACE-LIM prevention, I mean, I think that they've had her over there. There's a lot of stuff, and I knew this was where Squire Dykes is coming in.
Yeah, here we go.
No, I didn't mean like that.
And okay, so we lost 2 children last night. There, lots of pretty horrendous things have happened recently, and so I started thinking about this and really upsetting myself about it because I allowed it to go where it went. Here's what I want. Here's what I want, and y'all can poo-poo it if you need to. But what I want is for the Boys and Girls Club to get their security cameras because children are going to be sleeping there.
Hold on, can we talk about Yes Card first?
Yes, I want that fully funded, period.
All right.
There's no reason not to fund that.
One step at a time then.
There's
25,000
no reason not to fund
Is that
it.
opioid funds? Because that is effectively the purpose of those
Absolutely,
funds
it can
directly.
be, it is not right now, I don't think
It
yes
isn't
cards.
currently.
Amy, all right, everybody slow down.
I've
Amy,
got it right
what do
here.
we have in there right now for the yes card?
15,
And their ask was?
Asking for 25.
25, and it's coming out of the general fund.
I'd
And
like
it-
to do 25 of
Coming out of the general fund?
It is.
That's how I have it budgeted.
Can we do 10 out of opioid funds?
Okay, what's the consensus of everybody?
Amy, can you tell us what that would do to that fund, just so we have a picture
We
of
still
what?
have a ton of money.
Just so we have you probably have a better handle on it than I do.
So
I just want to
I'm
understand.
gonna give you real general, but that fund has about 500, over 500,000.
Okay.
We have budgeted 84.5 for outside agency. And then 75, I think, Kim, we've paid 2 of the net recovery, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so 65 net recovery, 84.5 at this point.
So, may I ask
Okay, go ahead.
this?
Absolutely.
Do all of the services, could they be paid for out of the opioid fund? I do not know.
That's what I was
To
gonna.
be clear,
The reason I kind of got ahead of
because I don't know
myself.
if it,
I had a meeting with
Okay.
the nonprofits that we talked about possibly using opioid funds with, because I wanted to make sure that they could, number one, report on it, would be okay with signing an MOU saying we're reporting on all this.
Exactly.
And we can do this, and they all have done that. They're all fine with that. The only, excuse me, there's not a one of them that we can't use opioid funds for. I mean, we had a really good conversation. L. Travis has sent, for Yes Arts, has sent a different request in because of our conversation. So I think that's something that you guys should see. But,
So we talking about yes card or yes or?
Well,
Let's stay on the yes card for
Well,
right now.
but I can't, but here's my point. We had a whole conversation, which is what I told you guys I was gonna do, because I need to make sure that anybody who got opioid funds knew that there were reporting requirements, they knew how to do it,
Yeah.
and they were willing to sign an MOU saying they were gonna do that for us. They did. That's my point. And then when I got to thinking about it, I was like, this is messed up, how much we've given some and how little we have given others that are so strong in this community, and I'm just not okay with it. So yes cards absolutely can come out of opioid funds, and I think it should be fully funded. If you want to leave the general fund, like leave it the way it is with the general fund, we could take the other 10 out of opioid funds.
Okay, so let's.
Totally up to you.
Go ahead.
so
Okay.
if, in my thinking on this, if they're going to have some reporting requirements, I would rather see the full balance come from the opioid funds.
I agree, and leave the general fund.
So
You talking about the 10 or the whole of 25?
The whole 25.
the 25, that's my,
Well, I'm
Is everybody
fine.
okay with that?
And I feel more comfortable with the health department as an
agree.
agency reporting
okay,
than any
thank
of
you.
the others.
I just think
For
for
our
the,
reporting?
yes,
Yes.
100%.
Instead of
I mean,
having
I've had to
two
sit there, I know
pots.
what that is.
So Amy, the
yes.
consensus is 25 for the yes card out of opioid fund
Yes.
and 0 out of general.
Zero on the general.
Yeah, so, all right, let's keep knocking these out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you all. Next, go ahead.
Are you gonna talk about the?
Not yet, but I'm close, because I'm looking at Charlie, who's hiding back there.
Okay.
So we did have a talk with, Charlie, our Parks Director, came in, last minute, not last minute, at our last park meeting, and he said, golf is crazy right now, the revenues are amazing, I need some more golf carts. Yeah, it's a great thing that golf is finally, making some money, it's a great thing. So Charlie got a quote of some, used golf carts, basically, lightly used demos, basically. He came to the park committee, Charlie, is it park committee? Okay, thank you. Talked about it, we all kicked around, he wanted 6, 8 or something, I think we all landed on about 4. 4, and then he kind of ran some numbers as far as what it would do for the revenue for the golf shop and for the golf cart rentals. Do you have that with you?
I do, yeah. We spend $16,500 roughly a year in our lease for our golf carts. This year, we're gonna make about $75,000 off of renting them out. So, and we've got into days where we're running out, like on weekends and holidays and extended weekends and stuff like that. So We thought about just adding a few more to the fleet just to bump up the revenue, so we're still, renting as many as we can. You can only get so many carts on the course at
That's
once, because it's just 9 holes. But if we get 4 carts, and if we buy them instead of getting into a new lease, it's cheaper because our lease now we have is 3-point-something%. In the new lease, we got into that in 21. It's up next year. The new lease, the percentage is like 6.5% for just four carts, and it's too expensive. It's better to buy 4 carts at $4,400 a piece and spend $17,600 in this budget and be done with it. We'll make it back in less than 2 years, easily.
So that's your request, basically, it's 4 golf carts for $17,000 to buy instead of lease, Square Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. So Amy, talking to Charlie, I'm sorry, Madam Treasurer, talking to our Parks Director, the return on the investment, you're, I feel like you're in lockstep on the return on the investment.
I'm relying on you on that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we'll make that money back on the purchase. If we spend let's say 18, it's 17 something. We put 18 in this budget moving forward, and in less than 2 years, we'll make that money back and then some. We're making about $3,400 per cart per year.
Per year, okay. So
And
you've broken that, you're able to break that down.
In less than 2 years.
Less than 2 years.
Yes, that
And
sounds
Charlie,
like.
does that include the actual fees, the, whatever you call it, the range fee too, or is that just cart rental?
That's just carts.
So in theory, you'd be adding more golfers.
Each
I'm not saying that right, but you know.
You're right. You're correct. Each rental of the golf cart will also include a
Additional
greens fee.
players.
Yeah,
say
greens,
fees.
yeah.
So are these, the final portion of my question, are they similar or the same type of carts with battery rather than fuel? I mean, so just so we have an understanding if we're shifting gears here to a different type.
Identical.
Okay.
Except,
Same brand?
same brand, they're a 2019 model. We currently have a 2021 model. Our 22 cart fleet is a 2021. The quote I got for $4,400 per cart to purchase are 2019 models. They're a little bit older.
How many, do these have an hour meter on them?
Some do.
They check the batteries.
They do a battery
Is it a battery
check.
check? Okay.
Yeah, and the fleet, I'm not sure, they got these from, I want to say somewhere in western Kentucky, somebody turned in their fleet and got a new one, and they reconditioned them, they test all the batteries, and all the batteries tested at 80% or better,
Okay.
which is probably what ours are now, because we've had them for 4 years.
Because you have it on.
So that's used batteries, Charlie, it's not new with any kind of warranty?
Correct, it's used.
What is the typical battery life, year terms?
Well, these new lithium batteries, our warranty on our current 22 car fleet is 5 years. But the 19s and all the older the models that are a little bit older in years are still out there running. So they're beating their warranties, like 95% of the time. All these cars are still in use out on golf courses, 6, 7, 8 years old with these lithium batteries.
I'm in.
So Charlie, you budgeted $75,000 for golf cart rentals. Are you comfortable increasing that 9,000? Okay, so we'll increase the revenue line 9,000 and then increase the expense line 18,000 for the purchase of 4, if that's.
And then that'll, like you
Sounds
said,
good.
in the 2 years to make that.
The golf cart's made in China.
Good question. These
All right,
are
let's
easy,
keep
these are
moving.
easy goals.
3.5 hours, let's keep moving. Good question.
They're in Kentucky.
Well, they're 19s. Sometimes you had to buy replace it with a new one or they made in China.
Okay, so for me, the elephant in the room was a little surprised with me is the sculpture park, because I was under the impression it was 10 or the 50, what her ask was for this year. So I think we have 50 in the budget, but not that 10. So that's what we have to talk about.
So it's 10 and the 50 is what you're
That's
saying?
what I just heard. So
That's what I heard
not
too.
what I
10
thought.
and 50 or?
That's
10
what I
and
heard.
50.
Yeah.
10
and
goes for
50?
one thing, 50 goes for another.
Oh,
That's the way I understood it.
All right, hold on.
Can I ask a
Squire
question?
Day.
I ain't understand it that
I-
well.
Go ahead.
That's why
I
asked.
think, can we do 40-10? Because I know she needs the 10 for program stuff.
I'm still at 50. However she wants to split it, she can split it. But I mean, that's,
Well, but
I think
that's
it-
not true because that 50 is gonna be attached to this.
They're separate things.
well, we can talk to her. What I'm saying, all we're talking about is what goes in the budget tonight. So I don't know.
I'm just saying, we
Yeah,
need to
yeah,
be
yeah.
careful about
Yeah.
like how we split it.
Yeah, no.
I'd like to leave the 10 in for programmatic operations that we've done, and it looks like we've got a little while before we flesh out this stuff. I want to be able to explain this to my constituents about why we're supporting what the return is, and, all those things we requested. We can always come back and make an amendment later upon whatever we agree upon with her is maybe our pilot program amount for the first 5 years. Maybe if we guarantee a 5-year amount in a contract, maybe it's a little less that we need to guarantee. So I'd like to just leave the 10 for now and continue
But we
this
never had
conversation.
10 in there.
10 is
The
not
10
in
was the
there.
request that we funded in the past.
Right, but so far it's not in there.
For
It's not
programming.
in the proposed
I know,
budget, so
but
you're
for
asking to put an
10,000
additional
out of
10
the general
in.
fund for programmatic activities that we've supported at that level in the past.
Squire Herod.
I didn't think we were gonna do anything outside the terms of the court. Like it's, we've got a year and a half left on this term, so, you know what I'm saying? I don't wanna get into a 5-year deal.
Oh, I see what he just said, yeah. It's my thought in talking with her about being a partner is it'd be year by year.
Right.
And sit down and kind of analyze it.
And that
see,
way if something
is it working
changes-
for you, is it working for us? A very open relationship, so I'd be a little skeptical about
You-
doing a big lease or a big.
You're not supposed to be able to, one court shouldn't be able to obligate another one anyway.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
But now I agree with Kelly. I think it should be 50,000 total and they can split it any way they want to. Not go exceed that, whether it's 10 and 40 or she can decide or whatever. But I just for putting a number in the budget, I'm not
Yeah, that's-
necessarily saying we're gonna do it.
I think that's where we are. What's thoughts on this side of the room over here?
He's asking.
I'm just curious what y'all's thoughts are. We're trying to get a consensus here. Basically, it's 50 or 60.
In my feeling of what the conversation had been, and maybe I misunderstood the conversation, I was feeling the entire end for the court was 50. That,
I know,
And maybe I
that's what we
misunderstood.
assumed.
You feel
That's
like
talking
that's
with
what
her. No, I know that. That's what.
exactly what we talked about at least 3 times.
Okay.
So the question is, do we want to go 50 or do we want to go 60?
Tonight, she requested 60.
Look, and I want to agree with Squire Wissman. I'm with the 50 tonight.
Yeah.
We still haven't nailed down all the particulars.
Yeah, I know, that's.
And we can
opinion
always
on
make
that.
a budget amendment. But I'm
Okay.
in with the 50 tonight.
All
I
right.
have that in the budget.
Amy, leave the 50 for now and we'll slice those tomatoes later. Okay, so let me make sure I got this right. Let me go to my notes. This is current.
I'll
Okay.
give you on not spending it till it's.
Squire Dacus.
But then
Yeah,
we're
let's
gonna be-
one at a time if we
All
can.
right, so it's, what time is it? We're gonna try to get this done. in like
Yeah,
10
how many
minutes.
do you have over there?
I've got a few, but this,
Well,
he's
listen,
got to
spend it to
here's
get
the
it
deal.
done.
I had to, it has to change once I had that
Okay.
opioid fund conversation, okay? I'm not just like pulling this out of thin air, I promise. It's what I told you guys I
Okay.
was gonna do.
Yeah.
So, I would really, really like to have a security system, because what I have found out during that phone call is that their children are going to be sleeping there. Well, 16 to 18-year-olds that will be a safe place for them to go. They have to have a security system.
Where's this at?
At the Boys and Girls Club.
They're gonna be sleeping there?
Yes, they are. They're gonna be, say someone is like, you're not getting any emergency foster care to take 16-year-old, promise
Okay.
you're not, okay? So there has to be a safe place for them to go. That is the need, that's what I asked. I said, what is the security system for? Why is it so important? She said, we're gonna have kids there at night.
Is there not anything there now, even though it's a Simon House? I thought we had security there. No? Okay, so is there an estimate for that?
$10,000. So I'm asking, what my suggestion is,
Okay.
$10,000 out of
general fund
Yeah.
and what we already allotted from opioid funds.
Well, that almost just be a maintenance line item, because we own the building. So that would almost have to go to our building. Well, Amy, wouldn't it? Because legally it's our building. It'd be our security system.
Wouldn't, yeah, I would.
You with me?
I would agree with that,
Yeah.
because it's our property, and we're
Yeah.
improving our property.
It'd go under IT or something like that?
What is your thought?
Yeah, that's probably
Yeah, because
I
it's
mean-
our, so are you okay with that?
I'm fine with
So it's
that.
not gonna be in their line item.
Right,
But
we
can,
will have
can,
one
we can put
put
the,
in.
We'll own the system.
Right,
and we'll probably wanna get a quote or two ourselves, or
Sure.
talk to them, just because it is our building.
Well,
absolutely.
it's an asset affixed to our.
Yes,
Right.
correct.
Yeah, I didn't think about it that way,
Yeah.
so that's great,
Yeah.
thank you.
Melinda.
So you want to keep the 10,000 opioid funds, and then the 10,000 they need for the cameras will be general fund. out
That
of
would go like in
IT.
IT or
Okay.
somewhere like
Just
that,
make sure I'm
because,
notating
yep,
this correctly.
perfect.
In
Yep.
IT or maintenance line.
What was it, 10
Yeah,
for the security cameras?
yes.
Yes.
Estimated.
Estimate, yeah, they're gonna look, I mean, they're gonna talk to
Yeah.
other people, we may be able to get a better deal than that, you know?
Yeah, yeah,
We
we
may
can
be
work
able to
on
get a
that.
better deal.
Okay, and we might even get somebody donated, since it's gonna be the Boys and Girls Club, that's what I'm thinking, so,
Yeah.
but leave it in
Yeah.
there, please. All right, you done, Kelly?
Nope. You wish. I have said almost nothing tonight, so
No,
just.
I'm not saying anything, go,
All right.
this is great, have fun, I'm having fun, it's great.
Yeah, I can tell you are. I do this very rarely, man. Okay, so, Thornhill's fine, Wanda Joyce. Okay, we gave them what they wanted, that can be opioid funds, I'm just trying to report on what they decided to
Okay,
do,
well,
okay?
just wait there, so Belinda, do you have that on the Wanda Joyce, is that all coming out of opioids?
Yes.
Okay,
I've got what
As-
she has right here in front of me.
oh, okay, I just wanted to make sure.
We have had a conversation, actually, she
Okay,
and I
well,
too,
we have,
so
so, okay.
we're on the same page.
Keep moving. Sure,
Yes
I get you.
Arts, I want to fund them fully. They asked for 25, we gave them 15.
I'll
I want to
second
fund
that.
them. I just do. They are taking care of so many of these kids right now who've
Yes
been
Arts.
affected by this flood. They are doing
Yeah.
so many groups, so much stuff. I really feel strongly about this.
Okay, what's consensus of the court?
Okay, so what was the request for?
It was
I mean,
25.
rather than me just saying,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
want
it
to do
was
something.
25, and we decided 15
For-
out of opioid funds.
But
Yeah.
for what, I don't have my papers in front of
It
me, and I
has
didn't get the full.
changed.
So that's what I'm asking.
Well, let me, so here's the deal. I don't have it in front of me. I wish I did, but I don't. Do you have it?
Well, the initial request, the summary is programmatic and administrative support.
Right. Which you did not, you didn't like. And so I asked her if there was something else that we could use opioid funds for, and she said, absolutely, there always is. So she sent us a new, like, she just started over, okay? Because I said, I don't think that's gonna work for the court, so can we do something different? Okay?
So she changed it to more programs.
She changed it to programmatic stuff that
Okay.
will fit under opioid fund, like settlement fund.
Okay, what's court? We got two agreements there. I know Elle does an amazing job, so.
I'm agreeing with programs. You've never
Okay.
heard me not talk about programs.
Okay, not staff,
Just continuing to add to staff.
Okay, Belinda, you got
We
that?
can't
So we're gonna
support
do,
forever.
I'm just.
25 opioid for
Yes.
programming for Yes Arts.
Yes.
All right, we're moving now. Kelly,
Okay,
go.
we've already done yes cards, right? Because that was my
Correct.
last
We're
one.
good. That's
I'm
less.
good, man. See, that was
I
so
wasn't saying anything.
painless,
I'm good.
wasn't it, Judge?
It was
Painless.
fun, it was fun. Squire Sebastian,
All right, thank you, Judge.
your microphone, please.
I'm sorry.
No, so we'll get in trouble from IT boy.
No, thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
So, the senior center has reached out to me because they have some additional information.
Yeah.
Because they searched for bids for containers that they have to put their home-delivered meals in. That cost has skyrocketed, as well as they are getting food costs in, and their food costs have gone up. We have discussed here in the discussion portion of where we were, with no votes taken,
Yep.
at $70,000. Their food cost has gone up more than the request that they would have, but if we funded them at $75,000, that would go a long way to taking care of some of the additional costs that they are seeing come in through the bid process that they're in now.
No,
Take a lot, I am-
and I appreciate that, and I meant to bring it up, and I'm glad you did, because it lost it. But yeah, Marshall said basically, kitchen costs alone have gone over 10,000 from last
Yes,
year.
that's correct.
Things like that. So basically, she's just asking for that last 5, so I'm fine with 75.
I mean,
Everybody okay?
I don't want any senior on the waiting list.
Right.
For food, absolutely.
But let me brag on them again. When I go to these Bluegrass Ad meetings, we are the only county in the state that cooks hot meals and delivers them. The only one. And literally, we're right there with Fayette County about how many meals are served. We're like the top 2 in this whole region. So, I mean, everyone should be super proud of that, so.
They do a fantastic job.
Okay,
I
so-
will never say no to that.
Is Squire Wisman?
Couple of questions here.
Thank you.
Kelly, mainly for you. The Boys and Girls Club asked for 15, and we decided 10. So was that because of cameras for the? So I said last meeting, I would like to, opioid funds, we went to that training, they were talking about prevention, use it all you can for prevention, and use it for treatment. It's a two-handed or two-pronged approach. They were stressing it so much. And these programs already do it. Why not fund it fully? I'd like to fund them at 15 too then, and give them the cameras.
Yes, absolutely. They're taking care of our kids.
15 in opioid would be what I would prefer
I
to do
think
for
part
that.
of the hesitation was just because it's a brand-new organization as far as getting off the ground. Belinda, can you do me a favor, and do you have it with you, by any chance, what their actually application said on the Boys and Girls Club?
I do not have it with me, I can go back and pull it up.
What are the thoughts from everybody?
There was one item in there
Let's
that
think.
caught everyone's, the item in there asked for us to pay our own rent back to us.
That's what it
Yes,
was.
you're exactly right.
Yeah.
So Squire Sebastian did not
Yeah,
appreciate that.
yeah.
An organization asking us to pay our own rent.
That was it.
That was it.
If we wanted to meet at the middle and not pay for that, because that's
I did not.
2,000 a year, if we want to meet in the middle and say we'll go 12.5,
I'd rather adjust their rental agreement, as I said, when we made it with them for $1, and give them some more programmatic money to let them do as much as they possibly can. But 12.5, it's better than
I
10.
can go 12.5. We'll meet them in the middle, we'll take that rent out.
Let's do it.
And then my other question, if I could, Kelly, maybe Thornhill, we had a little discussion about what they could use opioid funds, because they had a double request. You didn't hit that one.
Okay,
If you
hold
had any more
on. I got
information.
it. I don't know which phone it's on, but I got it. Hold on one second.
All right, while she's looking for that, this is gonna button this budget up.
Yes.
Yes.
We're good. Anybody else?
No,
I
I still
feel
have-
like we have done an amazing job on this budget. Amy, hopefully,
Okay.
still feels
Smiling.
good about it. Smiling, not smiling.
Smiling.
Yeah, I mean, the flood through is gonna throw it off. So just know that I'm gonna have amendments this year.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have amendments probably at the first of the year. I have no idea how to do
And,
those
and
just
we're
yet.
all trying to navigate this
So-
together, and I do think hopefully the court will vote to hire that company to really help us navigate, because we've never been through this, but we're gonna do the best we can, and we have a good relationship. I do feel good about our lobbyists this year. I think, we'll be able to maybe go to the governor's office and legislators and try to get some help, especially at the courthouse.
Okay, so, transportation, which is something we do have to talk about at some point. Transportation, childcare, meeting space, the usage of the gym can all be used for opioid funds because of what they do in those spaces, because it's only used for that.
Refresh me, I'm tired. What are we talking about?
How much do we,
Thornhill asked for
Thornhill.
65, and
Amy.
we allocated 32.50,
Yeah.
or 32.5.
For opioid, no, we,
Amy,
It's
what do we do there?
Sorry. we
Each
split
way.
it. We split it each way.
32,500 general, we split it down the middle between the two funds.
So we
yes, that's
funded
what
it.
we did.
But there
It's
was,
funded, yeah.
Okay.
He's just asking what the opioid,
if
what
they
we
were
can,
comfortable with using those funds.
They
Because
are.
there was question about whether they could, or we
Okay.
could use more of the opioid funds instead of general fund on that one.
and we could do that if you all chose to do that. Everything they do, almost, is prevention or treatment.
Well,
So we're in a, I would like to keep at least 10 out of for general funds, so they don't have to worry about opioid funds, but that's up to you guys. I'm fine
I'm
with it
fine
the way
leaving
it
it the
is.
way it is, yeah, okay. That's a good question, Eric, because I'd forgotten about that. Squire Wisman, sorry. Anybody else? We good?
Judge, I want to stress one more thing. I never got to comment on it yet, but, there was a discussion about a 3% mid-year raise for this staff, and I think we just seen what they're capable of, and, it's, in local government, I feel like it is rarely just a job. There's a benevolent or some sort of sense of giving back to the community for these employees, and they went above and beyond in this last time. And our budget has had some complications, but it's also had a lot of revenues that weren't expected this last year compared to the year before. So I'd like to propose a 4% raise to reward the employees for all the help they've been, let them share in some of the delights of the overages that we've had in income that we didn't quite expect, and some of the investments that Amy specifically has been so helpful in helping us generate some better revenues. So I asked Amy earlier, and Amy, what would 1% increase look like in terms of budgeting?
So 1% for a full year, but we're doing mid-year. So I'm estimating with taxes and retirement for a full year would be 120. So for half of the year, it's half of that.
But, do you want me to? What is that gonna do for the sheriff's department? I mean, that's a mess. Like, that's a mess.
It's a,
Should I say something?
it is a morale.
It really is.
Yeah, Squire
I
Harry.
We can do
asked
something
for
else.
fire department personnel, and I got shunned and shut down, and now we're talking going countywide. So when you think about what we're doing,
No, that's why we're talking about it. Yeah, this
I
is
mean,
the
I
first
was
I'm
asking
hearing
for
of this.
23 cents, now we talking about 120,000.
Yeah,
So,
no, yeah.
I think
Agreed with
it's,
you then, Mike.
I don't, I
do
get it.
too.
But I'm
We
just
have
saying,
a lot of bills. We have
I
a
did
lot of
too,
bills.
but
We have a lot of-
my
but
worry
again,
is
but
the
we've
same.
also
I think
had,
it's deserved. I mean,
everybody else, all these other offices have already put their money in there.
Yes.
There's no way at this point we can just do that after we told them exactly what we're gonna do.
Can we think about, and I don't know, Miss Ashley's here, can we think about another way of thanking them? Like
Yeah,
giving them
and
more
that's what we're
time off
talking
or
about.
doing something
We're
like
talking about
that?
internally right now, but I can't have this sprung on me at the last budget meeting with
No,
nobody
I don't
talking to me
mean
about
right now.
this.
I'm just saying, instead of
Yeah.
the raise
We-
situation,
we're-
which would just
we're
mess
working on
everything
something
up.
internally
Okay, great.
about rewarding, yes.
I mean, you're talking about time off, you spread that across the sheriff's department and the fire department. You're opening up a can that you have never
That's
seen.
what I'm saying. It's not an easy conversation to have. I mean, this is a multi-layer.
Yes, it's
We
not
love our
just,
employees, we love everything they do, and I appreciate Ashley because as she's been hiring new people, we have been adjusting everybody, and we are very competitive. You can ask the fire chief right now, we're actually finally stealing people from other counties, so we should all be proud of that.
Well, I've asked, multiple times for a compensation study to know where we are, and I still feel like there is some need there. And if this court has not, as a joint body, made the decision about what that is, that's part of this budget. I get that it opens a can of worms, but we should have maybe had that conversation as a body before, and I'd like to make that proposal. So I think I'd love to do even more. I think it's warranted.
I think everybody wants to do more, but this is like the third time, or second or third that we've met about the budget, and now we're just. Okay, but
Second
still,
meeting.
I mean,
We're still a business.
It was presented to us before. This is still
The
budget
cost of
meeting.
living this year was 2.5, is that not what it was? And we're giving 3, is that not correct? So we're actually doing more than the cost of living this year, so. And I don't disagree with you, everybody deserves everything they get and then some, but we have to be responsible enough to make it more than 1 year. Because that don't go away, you can't, it's very difficult to give somebody a 4% and then take half of it back next year. Don't work that
I
way.
mean, I've seen years we've got 4, and I've seen years we've got 2, and I've seen years,
Well, and you look
when
at-
I was working.
and you look
when
at
I
the
was-
state, they haven't seen one in 10
Yeah.
years, so.
I mean, it's a take
Okay.
and give.
Alrighty, so I think we're pretty good then.
Okay, so I'll make these changes, and at our next court, we'll have our first reading.
Perfect. Amy, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Then I'm tired of this.
Okay, so payment of claims, Kim.
I realized that I miscalculated the grand total. It needs to be 5,000 more.
On the first page where you're at
Yes.
653,897.84?
On the main claim packet, it should be 658, 897, 84.
658 and then all those other numbers.
Wait,
Tired.
653,
It should be 658, 897, 84.
Okay.
thank you.
All right, any questions for Kim on any of these bills? Okay, thank you, Kim. Authorization to go into closed session for KRS 61.8101CF, discussions or proposed, or pending litigation, thank you, against or on behalf of the public agency. Discussions or hearings which might lead to the appointment, discipline, or dismissal of an individual employee.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. We're in closed session. live? Alrighty, thank you very much. Alright, authorization to return to open session.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. We are open. Alright, next agenda item, authorization to approve the appointment of a road mechanic. Any questions on this one? Seeing no questions, other business. Anybody have any other business? Seeing none, we are going to catapult into voting session. So, good evening. Huh?
Never mind.
That's okay. You good?
No, I prefer not to go, let's go on.
Alrighty. Alrighty, let's head into the voting session. Clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Here.
Squire Blackburn.
Present.
Squire Dykus.
Here.
Squire Harrod.
Here.
Squire Tanner.
Here.
Squire Wisdom.
Present.
Judge Mueller.
Present, thank you, clerk. Authorization for approval of minutes from the regular meeting of April 16th, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization for approval of minutes from the special meeting of April 17th, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Oh, you have a question?
I wasn't here, so I'm not gonna vote on that.
Okay, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay, for the reasons stated earlier.
And then clerk, did you get that Squire Blackburn was not going to vote on that one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All righty, the next one is authorization to approve an agreement between the University of Kentucky Retail Pharmacy, Kentucky Income and Reinvestment Program, KIRP, and Franklin County Regional Jail.
Judge, move to table that issue.
Yep, so somebody on table?
Second.
All righty, all those in favor of tabling that, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. That motion is tabled. Authorization to receive reports for the 2025-2026 Plan of Work and 2025-2026 Annual Budget for the Franklin County Conservation District.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to advertise for sealed bids for a pole barn, 40 by 60 by 16 with an open shed.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes.
He's playing tiddlywinks.
Oh, Marvel's over there or something.
Candy.
Yeah. Okay. Good. This is a long one too. Authorization to approve a resolution adopting and approving the execution of the county road aid co-op program contract between the Fiscal Court and the Commonwealth of Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, Department of Rural and Municipality Aid, and the fiscal year ending July 1, 2025, as provided in the Kentucky Revised Statutes. I can't even speak. And accepting all roads and streets referred to therein as being part of the county road system.
So moved.
Second.
Almost struggle bus. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Thank you. Authorization to issue a request for proposals, RFP, for the development of workforce housing on county-owned property located at 501 Home Street.
So moved. I've decided to drop my request for the 45 days because some people don't think there'll be enough time to work it out by August the 1st.
Okay?
Even though I think it's a mistake to make it 30 days.
Okay?
Second.
Okay. Thank you, Squire. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
No, who was the first on that?
Mike.
Squire Harrod.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Hey, that's an amazing thing, so thank you,
It
Court.
really is, thank you.
Authorization to approve an agreement with ER Assist, Inc. to help with disaster response and recovery services.
Second.
Did you get that, clerk?
Squire Harrod for
I don't know
second.
what just happened. Yeah. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve an agreement between Franklin County, Kentucky and the Josephine Sculpture Park for a joint operation partnership.
Judge, move to table to continue discussions. Sorry.
I was just gonna wait for him to quit talking before I did. Go ahead.
We're not gonna improve it.
So we have a motion to table it. Do I have a second?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor of tabling this, number 10, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Thank you. Alrighty, next, authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the filing of an application to Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, transportation of non-public school students grant program, and designating the county judge executive to execute all documents pertaining to this grant.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the county judge executive to make an application to the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, Department of Rural and Municipality Aid for a county city bridge improvement program, CCBIP grant.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Can I have a discussion on that one? Could we please verify if we need to provide additional input on other projects in the county that would be eligible for that program? I want to make sure we have that fully vetted with the state as I'm.
But that's not what we're voting on. I mean, we
We're
can,
voting
It
on
may need to be part of that application. I'm just
Okay.
saying that as a contingency.
all right, did I ask for a motion yet?
You did, you got a motion and a second. You got a
Thank you.
first and second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve the scope of work and fee proposal under the existing agreement as a district work order with HMB for the provision of professional engineering services in connection with the CCBIP grant application.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve of budget transfers for fiscal year 2024, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to receive treasurer's report.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to receive proposed fiscal year 2025, 2026 budget.
So moved.
Second.
Judge, clarification?
So,
Could I-
yeah, we need to, as changed, as amended, should we make any comment to that?
Where we changed the money from general to.
Well, she has it, so that's the document we'll be signing.
So we're
We'll have
good.
a first
Yeah,
reading.
we're receiving it, yeah.
This is
Well, it's
just
not
a
a
receiving.
reading.
Okay, so I say motion?
No, never
Judge,
mind.
question again.
Got it.
This is April 30th. I thought that a first draft of the budget that we had approved had to go to DLG right away.
She said the first
Right,
reading.
the law says
next
again.
meeting.
We're still fine on time, yeah, absolutely.
I misread that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Payment of claims. Is there a motion to deny any payment of claims? No motion was made. Let the record reflect claims are to be paid. Authorization to approve the appointment of Philip Douglas to a mechanic for the road department.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Welcome, Mr. Douglas, to our team. Authorization to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. We're adjourned. Thank you, Court.
And so you don't feel it.